All right, we're going back on the record on KCR 2221-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. This is the continuation of the state's case in chief during this jury trial. The court would note the prosecution's present, the defense is present as well through counsel, as well as the defendant is present here for court. We're continuing. We left off on Friday with direct examination, I believe, of Detective Stubbs. Is the state going to be ready to proceed with continuing examination of the detective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is the defense ready to proceed this morning?
We are, Your Honor.
All right. The court's been advised also that all the jurors are present and accounted for and have signed their juror affirmations this morning. So we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in and continue with the state's case in chief.
All right, please. Yourself, President Counsel.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back this Monday morning. Thank you again for your continued service. Thank you for continuing to follow the court's admonishment. I've been notified you've all signed your acknowledgement of following the admonishment, so the court and the parties very much appreciate your service. I'll note before we get started also for both the simulcast locations as well as here, there is a continuing conduct order in effect that prohibits the use of any electronic devices to transmit any sounds, images, or videos from these proceedings. Also, in this courtroom, any electronic devices such as cell phones need to be on silent mode and will be taken if they make noise during the proceedings. We left off last week with Detective Stubbs, who was on the stand, has been previously placed under oath and sworn in this case and was giving testimony on direct examination. Before we get started, I'll just briefly ask Detective Stubbs. Detective Stubbs, did you view any of the trial testimony over the weekend or during the break of this case?
I have not.
Okay, thank you for that acknowledgement. With that in mind then, Ms. Smith, it looks like is conducting direct examination, so you can continue with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Now, on Friday, we saw a video in which you participated in the search of apartment 175 on Pioneer Road. Do you recall?
I do.
Okay. Did you and other members of that search team also search other apartments on Pioneer Road?
Yes.
Which apartments did you search?
So the next door apartment to 175 was 174. That one was also searched. And apartment 107, which was the next block, next section of apartments over.
Why did you guys search 174?
174 was Melanie Boudreau's apartment, which is Lori's niece. The feeling was that she knew Lori, and possibly there would be evidence of JJ being in that apartment or some evidence of that as well.
Okay. And why did you search 107?
107 was, the lease was for Lori actually in 107. However, she was living in 175, so that again, where her name was on it, we felt like we needed to look at that apartment as well.
You said she was living in 175, but whose name was on the lease in 175?
That would be Alex Cox.
So, just to make sure I understand, 107 had Lori's name on it,
Yes,
but she was living in the apartment under her brother's name.
correct.
Okay. So when you were searching 174, did you see any electronic devices in Melanie Boudreau's apartment?
Yes, there were several.
Okay. Did you see any credit cards or driver's license information that captured your attention?
Yes, there was a, if you will, binder inserts that had several credit cards with not only Melanie, but her ex-husband's credit cards and driver's license.
Okay. When you say had several, were there multiple credit cards?
Multiple.
And when you say ex-husband, do you mean Brandon Boudreau?
I do.
Okay. So in Melanie's apartment, there were multiple things connected to Brandon Boudreau.
Yes.
And at the time you were doing the search, were you aware that Brandon Boudreau had been the victim of an attempted shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I asked you earlier on Friday about your certifications regarding electronic data, computer, and cell phone forensics. Can you remind us what your training and experience is with regard to searching and obtaining electronic data?
So, since about 2010, somehow I got awarded to be able to do electronic devices, so forth. So what that entails is I've attended multiple trainings in various forensic softwares that allow me to take a device and, if you will, look deeper into it than you really can with just, say, a normal computer or normal software.
So it requires specific training and programs to look at. It's not just as simple as pulling up your Windows Explorer.
Right, yes.
Do you have any idea of how many electronic devices you've analyzed in connection to your job?
It would be hundreds of devices over the years.
Okay. Now, in order to search an electronic device, do you have to obtain search warrants?
Yes.
Why do you have to obtain search warrants?
Well, it's people's right to privacy, and you have to have probable cause to take those items and, if you will, search them, much like you would have to have a search warrant for a home or something else.
Okay. And so when you're writing those search warrants, are you looking for specific types of information?
Say that again.
When you're writing search warrants, are you looking for certain types of information stored on those devices?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
What sort of information can you find?
Well, in today's age, electronics is most of our lives, and so any communications, photos, emails, transactions of any kind would most likely be on a device of someone who uses them on a daily basis.
So apps or programs like Google or Fitbit, do those also store their data on those devices?
So those are exterior programs, and to a point, yes, they will store things on your phone. However, the second part of that would have to be that, if you will, whether it's Google, Facebook, whatever you are looking at, they have their own servers so that they keep track of what you do through their services.
So in searching a device, you look at what's on that device.
Correct.
But then if you see they have Google, then do you have to do anything else in order to get information from Google?
Yes. So if we find Google accounts, if you will, or any kind of account, we can take that information that we find and we can write additional warrants to those other establishments, if you will, and request the information that they are storing really on all of us.
So when we talk about electronic search warrants, it's the device, and then you write to the company for any of the apps the person has.
Yeah, for any of the data they're storing on people.
Okay. And have you done such warrants to Google or Fitbit or, Amazon, those sort of warrants?
Yes, I've done a lot of these different companies that we're all familiar with.
Okay. And earlier, the state admitted a bunch of certified business records. When you get a search warrant from something like Google or Amazon or Venmo, they return data to you, right?
Yes, they return quite a bit of data, and I think they also send you what's called a certification of the records, which is whoever their representative is from, say, Google. They give you a, if you will, affidavit saying that everything they're giving you is a true and accurate copy of what is being stored on their system with that particular user.
So they send you the records and sort of an affidavit saying the records we're giving you are the answer to your search warrant.
Yes, and that they're true and accurate from what they have.
Okay. And so when you ask for that information, do they only give you part of the records, or do they give you what you ask for in your search warrant?
So most generally, it is what you have asked for in your warrant that they'll give you.
So in connection into the investigation to what happened to either Tylee, JJ, or Tammy, did you prepare any such electronic search warrants?
Yes, several.
Okay. How many?
Probably 20 to 21.
Okay. In anticipation of your testimony, did you prepare a summary list of those search warrants to help you explain the search warrants you obtained to the jury and to talk about their results?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 296 previously given to the court and defense counsel.
Very well.
I'd like to see it.
I don't believe the court has a courtesy copy, it would appear.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It was... Judge, do you have the copy?
I do.
Okay. Detective Stubbs?
Yes.
Did you look at State's 296?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a summary of the warrants that I wrote for, whether they be to provider or for devices themselves,
Okay. In this particular case?
in this case.
Okay. Your Honor, I request permission for the admission of State's Exhibit 296 and to display it for the jury to aid this witness in explaining his testimony.
Any objection from the defense?
May I voir dire in native objection?
Yes.
Detective, you just testified earlier. The state asked you how many search warrants you did. This is a cumulative list of every search warrant that you did for those electronic devices?
I believe so.
Okay.
Well, not just electronic devices, but providers as well.
Okay. You indicated that you did either 20 or 21. Is that correct?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. How many warrants are on this list?
If you look down 3/4 of the way, there's 2 warrants, 76 and 77, that are on the same line.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I have no objection.
Okay. Exhibit 296 is admitted. Let's,
And do I have permission to display, Your Honor?
yeah, and let's make sure we have the original exhibit to the witness. I had your copy you provided, I think.
Oh, and that's okay. I can use the original so that the court has theirs.
All right, let's just make sure the witness gets that original so it's marked and goes into the record.
Your Honor, all the copies had an exhibit sticker on them, so the witness had the original.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Can you see that? Can you see
Yes,
that?
yes, I
Okay.
can see that.
All right. Your Honor, could the court inquire, can the jurors see that?
Looks like they can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now let's move this over here. All right. Detective, what is search warrant 2019-77?
So that was a warrant that we wrote for a particular phone number. It was to Verizon Wireless, and we were requesting the records that they had with this particular phone number. This number was a number we known to belong to Lori Vallow. She had been contacted on this phone previously. This is the number that they called when we went and visited her at her apartment.
And what about search warrant 2019-86?
This was a warrant that we gathered when we gathered additional information on, if you see in the blue, these additional email addresses that we believe to be associated with the parties in this case to Google.
Okay. We'll come back to that one because there were multiple email addresses served on the request for Google, right?
Right.
Okay. But Google issued a return and provided you a lot of data.
Mass amount of data, yes.
Okay. And did you review that data?
Parts of it, yes.
Okay. And then was all of that data also supplied to other analysts and investigators on this case?
Yes, because of the size of the data that they gave us. If you will, we distributed it between myself and other investigators in this case.
Okay. And so that is also reflected, Your Honor, in the certified business record that's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 107, and just for the court's reference. Now, what's the next search warrant? 2020-07?
Correct.
Did I read that right? What was that for?
So this was, again, to Verizon due to a search warrant that other officers had obtained for a P.O. box in a neighboring city, Sugar City, if you will. There was a bill found in some of that mail. There was a Verizon bill with, as you can see, the account number on here. Had a list of 18 phones associated with that bill.
Okay. And that account was in the name of who?
Would have been Lori.
Okay. Lori Vallow.
Lori Vallow, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. And then moving to the next one, we'll also come back to that one. That's another business record. 2020-09. Tell us about that search warrant.
So when the parties had, when they vacated apartment 175 and didn't return, the, if you will, landlords went in to clean out the apartment. There was quite a bit of stuff left in there, and they, while they were cleaning out, they came upon two phones that were abandoned, and then they just surrendered those to us.
Okay.
And
then, I'm sorry, and so you did a search warrant for those as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I apologize. Was that 2020-09?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a search warrant on Google?
Yes. So because we took the devices and we were able to open them and find that there were, again, these two email addresses associated on those phones.
Okay. And what were those two email addresses?
RayLamar@gmail.com and HomerJMaximus@gmail.com, both associated with Alex Cox.
And what about the search warrant for 2020-15?
So if I may explain a little bit more on these, it's going to be the next really three. We took numbers that we were able to associate with the parties in this case, not knowing the whereabouts of where the parties had gone to. We took these numbers and we requested a pen, tap, and trace on these, which would allow us to try and locate the phones in live time, so we could find out basically where these phones were, if they were on and active, to try and track down where the parties were.
And these are various known numbers of which parties?
This would be Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Chad Daybell, Tylee Ryan.
And you said it's the next three, so that would be 2015, 2020-20, and 2020-21?
Right, and you'll notice some of those numbers are associated with one particular carrier being Verizon, another carrier being T-Mobile. The reason for this is you have to apply, if you will, to each of the carriers for that. I will point out, if you look on 2015, I made a note here that there was a typo on 9347 in the 15 warrant. Those numbers got switched, therefore we wrote a new warrant for that single number to Verizon, switching the numbers as they should be back to 7-4.
Okay. So if there's a typo in the warrant, you have to resubmit it?
Yeah, the carrier will say, we don't recognize that number. And so when we saw that and they had told us that they don't recognize the number, we revisited it and found that we had switched those two numbers on the warrant.
Okay. And did that tap and trace yield any results?
In part, yes. Some of the phones were not active at that time, but yes, we did get some locations.
Okay. And did that, what locations did you get in general?
Basically, it led us to locating the devices in, if you will, Kauai, Hawaii.
Okay. Whose devices were located in Kauai, Hawaii?
The device that we knew belonged to Tylee Ryan and Chad and Lori.
Now, moving on, let's talk about search warrant 2020-25.
Okay. So these are 10 devices that when the parties were located in Hawaii and they were talked to in Hawaii, these 10 devices under warrant were seized from the vehicle that they were occupying or using in Kauai.
And so you wrote search warrants for those devices recovered in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about 2020-30?
That was another number that we asked for a pen, tap, and trace on.
Whose number was that?
I'm drawing a blank on whose that was. It was one of the parties involved.
Okay. And then 2020-31? What's that one?
Excuse me. Again, these were from our original search warrant when we went on the 27th of November into the homes. These were devices that were seized out of apartment 174, which would have been Melanie Boudreau's apartment.
And search warrant 2020-46?
These would be the two numbers associated with the above, the Samsung and the LG phones that we wrote to Verizon Wireless.
And what about 2020-53?
So this is a warrant that we wrote, I believe, So there was when items were seized out of the car in Kauai, there was a notebook that had several, almost a whole page of email addresses, phone numbers, and such. And then we took those and wrote warrants for those Gmail accounts as well.
And then what about 2020-61? I'm moving that up.
So this is a provider, if you will, social media type provider. They mostly deal with music, and we found an account, a couple of accounts for Lori and Alex. So we wrote to them. They responded and said that they had the, if you will, the user names or the people who own the accounts, but they don't store any data, and so they didn't really have anything to return to us.
Now, why would you look at their music accounts?
Well, just because there's an email account associated with someone, usually when you open up a new, say, email or whatever, you have to put your information, such as your name, contact information of some, to some degree, whether it's phone numbers, your actual name, things like that, when you set up an account.
So I'm hoping I can get this down far enough. 2020-74.
Okay, so this warrant this would have come into play after we found the children's bodies on the Daybell property. The goal in getting this warrant was we were trying to be very specific on where these devices, if you will, pinging, if you will, their locations. And so this warrant was drawn up so we could get back onto the Daybell property. I was working with members of the FBI on this, and they wanted to get specific readings on all parts of the property for their signal strength so they could be precise in what they were doing.
So I know we're going to have members of the FBI testify later on some of this data, but when you say pinging, what does that mean?
So to be real brief on this, because I think this will be brought up in more detail. So your phones have three ways that they'll communicate with either cell towers, satellites, or something. So you've got GPS signals that will signal and show, if you will, Google or whoever. You've got a GPS signal that will hit your device and show your location. You've got, and that would be the most reliable of all these types. The second would be a Wi-Fi signal. A Wi-Fi signal is a router, whether it be in your home, your business, or somebody else's. So basically, in a nutshell, if you were in a building, this is just an example, if you're in a building where you have never hooked up to the Wi-Fi before, your phone will see a Wi-Fi signal, say, in a public building or a library or whatever, and it will do what's called a handshake. Now, that doesn't mean it hooks up to it, but that means the two will handshake and recognize each other. And so that, again, will draw, if you will, a location. And then the third would be a cellular signal, which is a signal from a cell tower, and we've all seen cell towers, that it will communicate to that cell tower and give a somewhat precise location.
So you wrote a search warrant to be able to get sort of this data. Is it what they commonly call geolocation data?
Yes.
Okay. So to get geolocation data on these numbers from various entities, including Google.
Correct.
Okay. And then you obtained that information and reviewed it, correct?
Yes. Now, like I said before, some of this work had been distributed between FBI, myself, and others because it was a vast amount. So,
We're talking hundreds of thousands of records.
yeah, a lot.
Okay. And so moving from 2020-74, I think we started to talk about 2020-76 and 77. Is that what's a geofence?
So again, this has to do with locating devices that are giving off locations. And so again, these two were after the bodies were found on the Daybell property. The goal in this warrant was to take 250-meter range from the center of would be Chad Daybell's property, and that would be the 202 North, 1900 East. So basically, if you would drop a pin in the middle of his property and then make a circle 250 meters out, which roughly would be 2.5 football fields. And then you did the same at 565 Pioneer Road at the center of Lori's apartment and ballooned it out as well. We asked Google for any devices that would be within that fence, that circular fence of 250 meters. And we wanted to know every device that they could give us during certain time frames on key dates so that we could see any additional devices that were moving or were in common with these two locations during these September 8th and September 9th and September 22nd and 23rd, which is the times we believe these murders occurred.
And did you get a return from Google on that data?
So yes, we did get a return, which, as you can imagine, in a country setting there wouldn't be as many, but like in a city where people are driving up and down the roads all the time, it was a mass amount.
Why did you do that? If you already had the geolocation data for Chad and Lori and Alex, why would you do the geofence?
So to explain this, we wanted to make sure that we weren't leaving anybody out that may be involved in this. So our theory in this was to gather all information we could of anyone else that maybe we didn't know about that could be involved in this. And so this was a way of taking all these devices that would fall inside this fence and be common to all these areas and be able to see if there was anybody else that we needed to be looking at besides the parties that we've already mentioned.
And did you find any?
So we never found anybody that would be in common with both locations on both dates for any extended amount of time. In fact, none of the other devices we saw, other than the device of Alex Cox, had common date, times, and so forth as his did.
Okay. Hoping you can see this. I might do this. Sorry about that. Let's get to the bottom of the page. Make sure that's in focus. Okay. What about 2020-83? What is that search warrant?
So because up higher there was the 20, you see in my notes there, 2020-53, we had,
This one.
hold on, you're making me dizzy.
Sorry.
So we had wrote for these particular Gmail accounts, like I said, that we had found in the binder, found in the car. We never got a response from them for whatever reason. I don't know if it was during the time of COVID and things ran a lot slower then. Anyway, so we never got a response. So I rewrote.
I'm moving it, so don't get dizzy.
Okay, all right.
There you go, warning.
We rewrote for this the same thing because we never got a response, and this particular warrant for those Gmail accounts they responded to.
And you received that data as well?
Yes.
Okay, and did you share that data on all those Gmail accounts as well?
Yes.
Pretty much all the data that you've received for all of these search warrants were shared with multiple agencies and multiple investigators working on this.
Yes.
What about 2021-10?
So, okay, to look at this one, and I hope I don't confuse people. When we wrote for that geofence warrant, for any devices that fall within that 250 meters, Google doesn't just return and say, okay, this device belongs to Jane Doe, this device John Doe. They don't tell you all the names and everything. So what they want you to do, they send you what it's called Google device IDs. And that is, if you will, a serial number associated with that account. So when they responded to the geofence warrant, they respond with a whole bunch of serial numbers of people. You don't know who these people are. What they would like you to do, because the data is so mass, is they want you to go through and map out the devices that came from that warrant first. Meaning, we take all the numbers and we put them in a system, and we eliminate any that had nothing to do with anything. They might have been cruising down the road and they pinged one time, and then the next time they're 200 yards further, and you can tell they're going down a road. But then, so what you do is you take all that massive data, all those serial numbers, if you will, and you narrow it down. So it could be a few hundred, and they want you to narrow that down. So what we did is we took the locations, if you will, and then we felt like there were 12 devices that we would like to have a better look at and who those people were. So that's where this warrant comes in, where we say, hey, Google, we would like to know now from these 12 serial numbers who these people actually are. And then during this time, we didn't receive the information for them, so we then wrote 2021-20, if I may. Is that okay?
Absolutely, please.
And then we asked, after looking at it further, there were 10 devices that we wanted to know the individuals associated with those, if you will, serial numbers and Google accounts.
And that's the eliminations items you talked about?
Yeah, that's we eliminated down to these 10.
Okay. And what about 2020-01?
So this is a warrant that we wrote. So we took a lot of the devices that myself, the FBI, other agencies had, if you will, examined. And we decided we would want independent expert to go through some of these devices. And so we got with this Glenn Baird, and He's out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And this is a warrant that we wrote for those devices to take these physical devices to him to have him analyze them as well.
So let's talk about some of the specific devices. 2020-77, the last, I think you told us that was the last known number of that you had originally of Lori Vallow. Did you obtain location information for location services?
Yes, some of which we did receive, yes.
Okay. Why were you looking again for location services for Ms. Vallow in December of 2019?
Well, due to the fact that the last communication that we had with her was on the 26th of November, when we returned on the 27th with the search warrant for the apartments, it appeared to me that, you know, if you remember the video, that everything in the home was pretty much in place. However, the clothes and stuff were missing, and they had left, if you will, in haste, it appeared to me. We had reached out to try and get a hold of Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, Alex Cox, and were unsuccessful. And so, you know, the next thing for us to want to do is try and find out where they went.
And were you able to get information at that point on that search warrant in December of 2019?
We did there, and with other search warrants as well.
Okay. And that's the information you gave us about Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you did the search warrant 2019-86 in December of 2019. Did I get that right? Okay. Now, that was the Google information on various phone numbers and emails, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 107, certified business records. But the state has a specific page for various emails and phone numbers marked State's Exhibit 107A. May I ask that the witness be given 107A, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Previously given to defense counsel in the court.
Thank you.
Sergeant, do you recognize 107A?
I do.
What is it?
It was an attachment to the warrant 2019-86. It was, it's been remarked now, but it was in that warrant as an attachment.
Okay. And it was served on Google and as part of their records?
Yes.
Okay. It was a document that you had originally prepared and given to Google. Is that correct?
Yes, myself and the FBI had prepared this.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd request permission to admit States 107A and display it and publish it for the jury.
All right, I'm just checking.
Those were
You
given
indicated it was previously admitted, and now you're moving to admit.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what, Your Honor, we have been doing it. We did the entire 107. This is the subpage of 107A. Okay. So if I don't need to admit and I can just publish, that's fine.
I think the records are indicated that it was previously admitted.
Great. Well, it's double admitted then, I guess. Sorry, Judge. Thank you. Now, we're not going to go through every one of these, but Are these the various emails?
Counsel, we need to sort this out for a minute if you would. Could you
Sure.
remove that from the projector?
Sure.
And let me discuss briefly with the clerks here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an impromptu morning break here. We had a juror that needed a break for a moment, and we need to sort out the exhibits. So we'll go ahead and have I don't know if this will be we might take another recess a little later, but we'll take a quick recess now with those circumstances to follow up on the exhibits and also allow the juror to be accommodated. So we'll be on a break. Thank you. Please be seated. We can have the jurors brought back.
Theirs. Just
I do have it now. Thank you, Counselor.
Counsel, there's not a 107B, is there? No. Okay.
Just while we're waiting, Ms. Smith, on those exhibits, so we went through the list of what was admitted, a substantial list last week, and where there are any sub-exhibits on any of those numbers, that's where it's probably worth checking with the clerk.
yeah. The next one is 127A, and then there won't be sub-exhibits for any of the others. And you should have that courtesy copy up there.
I do.
Okay.
Jury's all present, counted for, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, Ms. Smith, you can continue with your examination.
And just to make sure that 107A is up on the witness stand, do you need him to identify it, or does the court have its copy?
I have a copy.
Okay, great. May I have 107A back, please? Sergeant, I know you said earlier before the break, I'll get it focused and quit moving it on you. Okay. What is this again, just so the record's clear for the jurors?
So when I wrote the warrant, this was an attachment, if you will, to that original warrant of names, numbers, email addresses and stuff, things that we were able to associate with people who were involved with Lori.
Okay. And then you put this in, and it ended up as part of the Google records, and then they gave you return on the records they have associated with all of this.
Correct.
Okay. There's some highlights on this sheet. Why are those highlighted?
Well, partly because if you look on the right, Melanie Boudreau, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow with 2, Tylee Ryan with 2 different numbers, and then at the lower, these, as our investigation continued, there were some phones that we continued to come up that somehow, well, not somehow, but came in association with other numbers and other email accounts. So some of these, for lack of a better word, we attributed to calling burner phones.
Okay. What's a burner phone?
Well, it's a phone that you can go to, say, Walmart, Target, whatever, and you can. It's like a pay phone. You just pay as you go type phone, and it's sometimes it's really limited in use. It's a, if you will, in drug work, it's a common phone that is used by people distributing illegal drugs, so they can't have their number changed or number tracked and so forth. So we call them burner or drop phones.
Okay. And so some of the numbers on this list that Google returned documents on were things that law enforcement calls a burner phone, but it had attributed to either Chad or Lori or Melanie Boudreau or Alex Cox.
Yeah, a lot of times when people get when people get these types of phones, they still will access, say, Google accounts or other things that. So these companies keep track, and if you use a device and you log on to, say, one of your common accounts or whatever, they'll associate all of it together, and so they kind of keep a web of everything, so they can associate what you're using and connect it, whether it's a computer, a cell phone, a tablet. They'll connect it all.
So each new device, regardless of what phone number it is, if you log into your Google account or you log into your Outlook account, gets associated at Outlook or at Google, even though the phone number is different.
Yes, it'll connect.
Okay. And so this request that was served on, this was the Google list, one of the Google list. All these numbers were numbers that you requested and had associated with some of the people involved in this case and got returns from and data from Google.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Now, on that list, there was, let me put that back up there. I changed my mind. Homer J. Maximus, whose email was that?
So when we receive the return, as I before mentioned, usually you have to put a subscriber, your name or phone number, things that, anyway. Homer J. Maximus, when we got the return, came back to Alex Cox.
Okay. And did the return on the Homer J. Maximus account also include various types of data associated with Homer J. Maximus?
Yes.
Including location data?
Yes.
Including messaging data?
Yes.
Okay. Emails?
Yes.
Search history?
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of that data you shared with other agencies, including FBI analysts?
Correct.
And the CAST unit?
The CAST unit, yes.
What's CAST? What is that group?
It's the acronym, I hope I get this right, Cellular Analysis Systems Team.
Okay. Their job is to drill down and look at this data as well.
So they have usually specific data that they're looking for locations.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier doing a different warrant for specific location data on the property. Was it to aid that same team?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, did you also receive a return on the Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
Yes.
Okay. And was that data not only reviewed by your team, but other analysts for review?
Yes.
Okay. What about Lowry Time Forever at Gmail?
Yes. That one was also received and gone through.
Okay. And you went through Lolly Time Forever as well?
I did.
Okay. And we can circle back to that in a minute. Did you also look at the chad.daybell@gmail.com that was on that list?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a chance to look at that chad.daybell@gmail.com, and was it associated with Chad Daybell involved in this situation?
Yes, the username associated with it was Chad Daybell.
Did you have a chance to look at Chad Daybell's search history?
Yes.
Okay. And why would you look at someone's search history?
Well, to get clues on, like I said, we're looking for children, whether they were looking for hotels or plane reservations or anything that would help us try and locate these children.
Okay. Your Honor, may I hand the witness, or have the witness handed State's Exhibit 157, which is a thumb drive he prepared?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you get a chance to look at that, Sergeant?
I have.
Okay. What is it?
It's a USB thumb drive.
Okay. What is on that thumb drive?
That would be, in part, some of Chad's, from the chad.daybell search history.
Okay. And did you prepare that and look at it before coming into court today?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate of the Google search history portions for September 8th and 9th and surrounding dates for Chad Daybell search history associated with chad.daybell@gmail.com?
Yes.
Okay. Move for the admission for State's Exhibit 157.
Any objection? You may.
Can you please pull out Exhibit 157 for me? You said it's a thumb drive?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you identified that thumb drive as the thumb drive that is what it purports to be?
Because prior to coming in here, I viewed this thumb drive.
And what happened to the envelope in the thumb drive?
What happened to the envelope in the thumb drive?
Where did you give it back to somebody?
Yes.
Who'd you give it to?
I gave it back to the prosecution.
All right. And did you put your name on the thumb drive to make sure that was the same thumb drive that was given to you?
No.
I mean, it's a white thumb drive, right?
Correct.
How is it that you're positive that this is the white thumb drive that you had?
Well, the writing appears to be the same as on State's Exhibit 157.
The writing appears to be the same?
The number 157 on the exhibit appears to be the same as what I looked at earlier.
You took specific notice of how the handwriting was on 157 when you looked at the thumb drive?
Well, it appears to be the same.
The same as what?
The same lettering, the same numbers.
157?
Correct.
Okay. And that's how you're identifying that as being the specific thumb drive that you reviewed?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know if it's been altered or changed since the time that you viewed what you believe to be is Exhibit 157?
I haven't viewed it since I viewed it downstairs.
All right. And I'm going to object based on the fact that I don't think that he has personal knowledge of what is actually on this drive.
May I ask a quick question, Your Honor?
You may.
You had previously prepared that for another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And in that previous proceeding, it had a State's Exhibit number 80 on it, didn't
Correct.
it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the previous exhibit sticker sticking underneath of it?
I can.
And does that say Exhibit 80 on that as well?
Yes.
And we just put a new exhibit sticker on top of it for this trial.
That's right.
Move for the admission of State's Exhibit 157.
All right. Well, on this exhibit, or I'm sorry, on this particular exhibit, the thumb drive contains information which the detective has laid a foundation for, and through previously admitted other documents would be able to be part of the evidence of the case. So I wouldn't sustain an objection there. Because of the objection raised, I'll provisionally admit the exhibit, and then I'll just instruct the witness that if what you're being shown differs in any way from the data that you believe would be on this disk or thumb drive, in other words, if it's not the same data you think's on that disk, then you're advised to notify the court or counsel that we don't have the correct thumb drive. Other than that, really the evidence is what's contained in the digital file on the drive. So I'll allow for the witness to be able to view the file that's on the drive, and if it's not what you think it is, then advise the court or counsel. So with that, the objection's overruled.
Sergeant, you looked at that, you double-checked it this morning, right?
I did.
Okay. And it's part of the Google records that have previously been admitted in State's Exhibit 107?
Yes.
All right. So just to talk to us about it, did you look at Chad Daybell's search history for the date of September 8th of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you do that?
Well, it was around the time that the at least Tylee Ryan had gone missing, and so we were looking around those specific dates to see if we could find any clues as to what would help us locate the children.
Okay. And what did you find when you looked at his search history?
One thing that I found was that on the 8th, in the afternoon hours, the user of this account, the owner of the account was Chad Daybell. The user of this account looked up what the wind direction was going to be for the next day.
And the next day would be September 9th of 2019?
That's correct.
Okay. Did that have any significance to you as an investigator?
It did, because of other things that I had learned, and that that is the day that Chad Daybell had said he was going to burn limbs and killed a raccoon
Okay.
in his yard.
Okay. And he did a wind search on September 8th.
That's right. And the wind search reflected the wind was going to be south-southwest.
Now, let's talk about the search warrant you did on January 15th for the Verizon numbers accounts for that you received for Lori and Charles Vallow. Let me, up on your witness stand, I think we did that at the break, is State's Exhibit 127A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This would be the bill that was taken from the P.O. box in Sugar City, containing various numbers, mostly all family members of the Vallow and Cox family.
Okay. And that exhibit was attached to your the subpoena you served on Verizon?
Yes.
Or the grand jury search warrant you returned on, the search warrant you returned on Verizon?
Yes, it was an attachment.
Okay. And then it came back with their records?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to display State's Exhibit 127A, which has been admitted as part of 127, Your Honor.
All right. Before we do that, Ms. Smith, have you moved on from Exhibit 157?
Yes, at this
Okay.
point. Yes.
As I understand, the objection that was made in my ruling was dependent on him confirming, on your witness confirming that the file was the same. So I still haven't admitted 157 pending an observation by the witness that in fact the file is correct based on the objection raised. So if you
And I took that from the court that we would have him look at that at the break. I didn't think you wanted him to do it in the courtroom. We certainly can, because he's got to plug it into a laptop, and so I assumed that would happen at a break. I can certainly have him stop and do it now if you'd like.
With your laptop there, is he able to just view and confirm that in fact the file is correct?
Sure.
Why don't we just take a moment if you can do that, and I'll allow you to approach with your laptop.
Thank you.
May I approach as well, Judge?
You may. Yes, Mr. Thomas.
I'll just reduce them down. I'll just watch you if you want to. Well, it just usually comes up on that.
No, I have that shut down.
Oh, okay.
I'll put it on the record in a second. So no.
The way Google returns it is it returns the letter they give you. It was given to you in Discovery Council, but they give you the account information, they give you the letter and the service information, which was on the first part, and then they give you the actual data in a second section. Here's a search warrant response letter. It's an exact copy of what you have in Discovery. Here's the Google response. Here's the data, and here's the account.
Well, in lieu of a sidebar, let's go ahead and go back on the record, and you can lodge your objection if there is one, Mr. Thomas. Okay, we're going to go back on the record. We had a quick, not a sidebar there, but I allowed the prosecution to show the file to the witness who's on the stand, Detective Stubbs, on Exhibit 157, and allowed counsel, Mr. Thomas, to view that as well to confirm what is on the jump drive before the jump drive is admitted into evidence. So, Mr. Thomas, were you able to view the contents of that jump drive briefly?
I was, Your Honor.
Do you have any furthering objection?
I do, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Your Honor, I believe the court was requesting that we put one file per jump drive so that when the jury gets the jump drives, there's only one file to look at. It looks like there are a number of envelopes or a number of folders inside that file.
All right. Madam Prosecutor, what's your response there?
It is the court's request was that we not have multiple records from multiple agencies on one jump drive. This is the Google search history associated with, and the records associated with the chad.daybell@gmail.com. And that was the return for that information, including the search history. If the state or the witness were to start sort of taking apart that particular email account, we would have a real completeness issue. It is not the entirety of the Google return for the 18 or 20 emails they did and the multiple phone numbers. It's all of the chad.daybell@gmail.com information and the certificate of service from Google and the account record to show user information. So this is slightly different than what the court had ruled. And to kind of tear apart that, I would worry about an appellate record down the road. It's specific to that email, and it's the state's information is specific to, and request is specific to the search history.
Okay, and before I allow any response from Mr. Thomas, I'll just indicate, I didn't necessarily have a ruling on exhibits. I did want to have noted in the record before electronic storage devices like jump drives are just given to the jury precisely what's on there, since they will have an opportunity to open those up, and we need to fully disclose the contents of any of those drives. So it's not necessarily a rule that one file per drive on some of those video files and other things. That makes sense. Here, if there's an explanation to tie them together, I think in order, obviously, to offer the exhibit, knowing that it will go in to the jury and they need to know, or defense needs to know what all is on there before they get it, then on this one and in future offerings of exhibits that have those electronic files, I would need you to identify precisely what's contained on the jump drive, just so that in the record's clear for the defense to also see what's being proffered. So with that in mind, the other files that are on there, I believe you've now identified those, and were those all previously disclosed through to the defense in the discovery process?
Yes, Judge. They've been given in multiple forms, both when the large Google account was turned over, also when the exhibits from prior hearings, it's Exhibit 80 from a previous event, and that specific thumb drive, that is the state's copy of the thumb drive that was used at a previous hearing, and the defense got copies of all of those exhibits.
All right. Well,
close to 2 years ago.
with that, then, Mr. Thomas, any further response on your objection on Exhibit 157?
No, Your Honor, if the court's satisfied that the jury is going to get the appropriate information, then I'm satisfied as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So with that, then, Exhibit 157 is admitted. And then again, if we have data stored on these drives, Ms. Smith or any of the other prosecutors, please just make sure we identify what's on those drives as they get offered.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
And just as a quick clarification, the state had asked the witness that it's the information associated with the chad.gmail.com. You want more detail than that. I just want to make sure we do it the way you want.
I just want to know what files are on there so that we don't think there's just a single file and then the jurors open a jump drive and there's multiple files that maybe the defense was not aware were being admitted.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
So moving on to State's Exhibit 127, the Verizon account. Have you had a chance to look at State's Exhibit 127A?
I have.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate listing of the items that you had sent to Verizon, including phone numbers that you requested records for?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to display State's Exhibit 127A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right. Exhibit 127A can be published.
Sergeant, there are multiple records on this. Do you see any accounts or items associated with Lori Vallow?
Yes, I do.
Okay. and the various numbers that are included in this one include multiple phone numbers for Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
And multiple phone numbers for who else?
There were multiple phone numbers for Charles Vallow as well.
Okay. And when we received the return on those search warrants, did we receive the information and data associated with those phone numbers?
Yes.
And was that information and data associated with all those phone numbers in State's Exhibit 127A also supplied to other investigators for analysis?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, earlier you mentioned that on your review of the Google search warrant that you had looked at the lollytimeforever@gmail account. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, is this one of the accounts that you specifically personally looked at?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything of note in this investigation?
Yes. In reviewing the lollytimeforever@gmail.com, this email address was associated with Lori Vallow.
Did you look at her search history?
Yes.
Did you see anything of note around August 25th of 2019?
August 5th?
25th.
25th, yes. I thought you said 5th, sorry. August 25th, 2019, the user of this account looked for malachite wedding rings made of malachite. Also went to a website where the user of this account ordered an 11.5 size ring and a 4.25 malachite ring for I think the total was $808 and some change.
Now, why did this catch your attention?
Well, it caught my attention. Number one, Charles had died in July. We had information that Chad and Lori were seeing each other, but yet Chad was still married to his wife Tammy at that time. So we were thinking it was kind of odd for them to be looking, or for her to be looking at wedding rings at that time.
And I may have missed it, so forgive me. Did the warrant return any names as the account owner or the account holder?
Yes, the account holder was Lori Vallow.
Okay. And so you saw that search. Did you see any searches in that search history associated with Lori Vallow at the beginning of September that were of interest to you?
So there were two searches that got my attention in September. The first would have been on the 20th, where the user of the account looked up the definition of possessed.
Okay. And you said there were two. What was the other search?
The other one would have been on the 30th, where the user of the account searched for how to remove the rear seat of my Jeep Wrangler, and then that person accessed a YouTube video and to watch how to remove the seat of the said Jeep.
Okay. And that was you said September 30th of 2019?
Yes.
Why did that catch your attention?
It caught my attention because of the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux a couple days later.
Did you find any searches in October of interest?
Yes. October 22nd, the user of this account looked for wedding dresses in Kauai, Hawaii.
Why did this catch your attention?
Due to the fact that we knew Chad and Lori had been involved at this point, what also caught my attention was this was being looked at the same day Tammy's funeral was.
Did you see anything in the search history from November that caught your attention?
I'm not sure on this particular.
Okay. Did you look at any of the account history and search information related to any potential travel plans?
Well, there were multiple travel plans.
Were there any specific travel plans that caught your attention?
Travel to and from Hawaii. Different airlines.
Okay. Any other travel within the United States that caught your attention?
On November 5th.
Okay. What was that?
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank on that one.
That's okay. Were there searches for any travel at or near on October 9th, 2019?
October 9th, yes.
What was that?
Travel to, I believe, Illinois.
Okay. Why was October 9th of interest to you?
It was the day that Tammy was reported shot at her residence.
Okay. And the travel was did you have any information that in October of 2019, Lori and Melanie Boudreau and others traveled to anywhere?
Yes.
Where did they go?
Illinois.
Okay. What city? Do you remember?
I should remember this. I know they were visiting LDS church sites out there, Adam Diamond, things like that.
And what did you call it? I'm sorry.
It was called Adam on Diamond.
Okay. And is that in Missouri or is that in Illinois?
Sorry, that's in Missouri.
Okay.
Judge, she's leading the witness. Obviously, she wasn't in Illinois. She's now telling him where she was. This is leading. It's so super inappropriate.
It's leading.
Judge, I'm going to object to any speaking objections.
Well, that's true. It is a speaking objection also, so Counselor, just move on without the leading questions. Please.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm sorry. What Adam? I'm sorry. I'm not LDS. So what was it?
It was called Adam on Diamond, and apparently it is affiliated with the LDS Church as some kind of historical site.
Okay. And where is that?
That is in Missouri.
Okay. And do you have information that Lori Vallow went there?
Yes.
Do you remember what date Lori Vallow went there?
Well, she was, I know she was there on the 9th.
Okay. All right. Let's move. Now, did you also turn over the location data records for both Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox to the CAST unit?
Are we referring to these particular dates? Or?
No, any dates.
Okay,
Generally,
yes.
moving in.
All the returns that I had were given to the CAST unit.
Okay. So other than the electronic and data search warrants you did you participate in any other interviews or evidence gathering in this case?
Could you maybe reformulate that question?
Sure. Other than the electronic and data searches and search warrants you did you participate or did you do any other interviews or evidence gathering in this case?
Yes.
Okay. In December of 2019, did you go to Springville, Utah?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you speak with there?
I spoke with Tammy's parents and sister and brother-in-law.
Why did you guys go there and speak to them?
Well, again, this was fairly early on in the investigation, and we were just still looking for clues of where these kids were. And so we were just trying to exhaust every avenue, anyone who would have any knowledge of the kids.
Okay. And in January of 2020, did you participate in gathering any evidence related to hotels or motels?
Yes.
Okay. And did you gather information related to Hampton Inns?
Yes.
Okay. And those have previously been admitted as business records. And were you able to get records from Hampton's Inn?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get information from any Motel 6s?
Yes. Motel 6 in both Rexburg and Rigby.
Okay. And what did those records show?
It showed various stays in September and October.
Okay. In Rigby and where?
Rexburg.
Okay, thank you. Now, were you also able to obtain any copies of Lori Vallow's wedding to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed States Exhibits 61A through 61G. Actually, there should be. I'm sorry, through 61H. Here you go. Your Honor, do you need the state to approach?
No, we have courtesy copies up through F, but we don't have G and H.
Okay, we'll make sure you have them, Judge.
Okay.
Could you do me a favor and give these to the judge? His courtesy copy. And they are courtesy copies.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to make sure you had them. Sergeant Stubbs, what are these?
These are pictures, if you will, hard copy pictures of digital pictures taken off of a PNY USB flash drive.
Okay. And these are specific pictures of what?
Hawaii, the wedding of Lori and Chad.
Okay. Do you know the date of that ceremony?
Yes,
What was the date of that ceremony?
November 5th, 2019.
Okay. And States Exhibit 61A through 61H, are each of those images true and accurate copies of the images of that wedding you found on a hard drive?
Yes, I made these copies.
Yes. Move for the admission of States Exhibit 61A to 61H and request permission to publish.
Any objection?
May I have one here?
You may.
All right. So it looks like 61 A and H, A through H, are photographs of Lori and Chad. Is that correct?
A through H? Is that what you're
believe-
saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you came in contact with these photographs?
So these photographs were found on a flash drive that was seized. At the time, Lori and Chad were talked to in Hawaii from their vehicle.
So it was seized from their vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. And you were there when they were seized?
I was not.
Okay. How did you come into contact with these?
The digital evidence was packaged, chain of custody, and then returned to us in Rexburg. At that time, a warrant was written for the devices.
Okay. And where is this chain of custody? Is it part of it's not part of these exhibits, right?
No.
Okay. So you're all objected. Well, you know what? I'm not going to object.
Okay. Then Exhibit 61A through H
Yes, Judge.
are admitted, and they may be published if you'd like.
Okay, let's make a record. What do we see in 61A?
This would be Chad and Lori, November 5th, 2019, on the beach in Hawaii at their wedding ceremony. If I may just add, so I don't have to do it on each one, each of these photos was taken with a Canon EOS Mark III camera.
And how do you know that?
Because this is a digital picture. All of our phones, all digital cameras and everything nowadays have what's called XF data that is associated. XF? EXIF? Data, and what it is, it leaves a digital footprint on each of these photos. If you look at the details of the photo when you're looking at it with, say, a computer or forensic software, you'll be able to see date, time, what kind of camera took it, so forth and so on. A lot of times it'll even give you GPS coordinates and so forth and so on.
So on the images you saw the camera data associated with each of these on the device that you had a search warrant for?
That's correct.
What is 61B?
This would appear to be Chad and Lori in Hawaii again. What I believe is standing in front of the Mormon LDS temple.
C?
Again, another picture at their wedding ceremony on the beach in Hawaii.
Okay. 61D.
This would be a picture of Chad and Lori's hands. They're both displaying wedding rings. It appears wedding rings made of or containing malachite stone.
Why do you say that?
Because of my earlier testimony where she, in August, was looking up wedding rings made of malachite.
And malachite's a green stone?
Correct.
Sixty 61E.
Again, another wedding photo on the beach of the two of them in
Okay.
Hawaii.
And in this picture, can you see their hands together and see one of their wedding rings?
Yes. Also, you could see that same ring in C as well.
This is just a different view of.
It's a different view, yes.
(61F).
Picture of their wedding ceremony along with the preacher who conducted the ceremony.
(61G).
Appears sometime during the ceremony, their Lori and Chad's celebration of their marriage.
And 61H.
Again, another photo sometime during their wedding ceremony of the two of them kissing on the beach.
One moment, Your Honor. I think I'm done. Let me check with counsel, if I may.
Very well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Very well. Who will conduct cross-examination? Is that you, Mr. Thomas?
I will, Judge.
Very well.
Is the court wanting to take a break anytime soon, or are we just going to roll through till noon?
I think we ought to keep going, given that first break we had. That's all right.
Morning, Detective.
Morning.
You indicated earlier today that you had multiple trainings in forensic software. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you go through that a little bit for me? When did you? I'm sorry. Go ahead if you want, but I'm going to try to narrow down the question a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So when did you start your training in forensics as a detective or as a patrolman, or how did that work?
A detective.
Okay. And when was that?
Around 2010 when I started specifically going into computers.
Okay. And that's when you started doing work as a detective in Rexburg isn't a huge city, so how much of this particular type of work is your detective work as far as what you do in Rexburg?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, you're asking what percentage is devoted to this kind of work? Is that what you're saying?
Probably a bad question. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
So I would say Probably about 50% of my work is dedicated to this, if not slightly more.
Oh, okay. And so I'm sure probably about 50% of your training is dedicated to this type of work?
At least.
Okay. And so let's just talk about in the last, say, year, what kind of training have you done as far as forensics goes?
Taken a couple smaller online courses, some brief updates on software additions.
Which ones?
Would be Celebrite.
Is that the only one?
That's the only one within the last year that I've done updates with.
Have you had prior training on Celebrite?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
I don't remember exact date when I started using Celebrite, but I have used it and done updates and certifications for several years.
What types of certifications do you have in the forensic, cellular, forensic, electronic type of realm here?
I've had, well, Celebrite, certified Celebrite operator, CCO, Celebrite certified physical analyst. I've had trainings and certifications in access data, magnet forensics.
What's magnet forensics?
It's a computer, cell phone software, if you will.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of what you do is you take devices and you pull off information from a particular person's life from that device. Is that right?
Restate that, please.
When you take a device that you've gotten from a search warrant or whatever, you're looking for life information about that person's life, right?
Well, all information that the device would store.
Okay. But when you're looking at specific, okay, I'll move on. And so these electronic devices that you looked at in this specific case, there were a number of them, right? About 100, almost 100?
I don't recall the exact number, but as I said earlier, a lot of these devices, the data was obtained through warrants and so forth, was split up amongst different people to analyze, if you will.
Mm-hmm. This is a massive amount of data, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't able to analyze all of the data yourself?
That's correct.
Okay. You specifically indicated that on the return of search warrant 2020-76 and 2020-77, those were geofences of Chad Daybell's home and Lori Vallow's home, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And in all of that data, the only person, I believe what you said was the only person that you found that had been to both Chad Daybell's home and Lori Vallow's home on September 22nd or 23rd or September 8th or September 9th was Alex Cox.
Yeah, the only one that we could see that shared all those locations, those dates, times.
Okay. So you couldn't tie Lori Vallow to those locations at those times?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned some burner phones, and you said that those were phones that drug dealers use. You didn't think that Chad or Lori were using drugs, did you?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. They weren't drug dealers to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
So burner phones aren't just for drug dealers, they're for just regular people that either can't afford a phone plan, or there's several reasons for people buying burner phones, right?
There could be, yes.
All right. Exhibit 157, we talked a little bit about that being a USB thumb drive that had the Google searches on it. Is that right? Search history?
The search history for, who are we talking about?
Well, you tell me. You're the one that said adamantly that you knew what 157 was.
Okay.
Tell me about 157.
Do you want to show me 157 again, please? Sorry. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about 157. What's on there?
That's the search. That would be the Google data from Chad Daybell.
And this includes the search history?
Yes.
And you indicated that there was some significance to a search history about what was the wind direction going to be the next day or whatever?
Correct.
Okay. And you work in Rexburg. You indicated that you've worked there for quite a number of years?
Yes.
Okay. During the seasons, the wind usually moves in one direction, right?
North or south, usually, yeah.
Okay. All right. So why was it this specific day, this specific search so unusual to you?
Because the user of the account was looking for the wind direction for the 9th. At no other time did I see the user of this account inquire about the wind direction at any other time.
But anything that you gather from that would be speculative, right? I mean, you're just speculating as to why he might be looking for this.
Sure.
Okay. Do you know what size ring Lori Vallow is?
I don't.
Okay. You made some issue about the search history on August the 25th, about the user was looking for wedding rings or malachite wedding rings. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And there were specific sizes that they were looking at. Is that right, or am I wrong?
Looked for a size 4.25 and 11.5.
Okay. And you don't happen to know what size ring Chad Daybell wears?
I do not.
And you don't happen to know what size ring Alex Cox wears?
I do not.
And you don't happen to know what size ring Zulema Pastinez wears?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Does the state have any redirect examination?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Very well.
Defense counsel asked you about your training and your experience in Rexburg. Are you also part of regional efforts on addressing crimes associated with the Internet?
Yes. I am part of the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force for the state of Idaho. I work closely with the Attorney General's office here in those matters, and also I work closely with the Department of Homeland Security in these type of investigations.
So in your work as part of these task force, you do some of the record collection analysis and review for multiple agencies.
Yes, I do analysis for a lot of our surrounding counties and others that would pertain to the task force.
And defense counsel asked you about burner phones. Are they commonly used in situations where people are trying to hide their involvement in criminal behavior?
Yes.
Are they commonly used in situations where people are trying to hide their connection or relationship to people from other people in their lives?
In my experience, yes.
And in the search history accounts where you saw a search history for malachite and malachite wedding rings, do you remember that search history defense counsel asked you about?
Yes.
Okay. That was associated with the Lori for Style at Gmail account, correct?
Lolly Time Forever.
Lolly Time Forever at Gmail.
Correct.
And the owner at Google of that account was who?
Lori Vallow.
Now, in the area surrounding Chad Daybell's property, if you know, what is, are there neighbors north of Chad Daybell's property?
The neighbors that would be to the north of the property would be, in an estimate, would be at least a quarter-mile away.
Okay. And so would people to the north be the recipient if the wind is blowing from the south or southwest?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith.
Yes, may I recross just one question?
Go ahead.
Sure. So you indicated that you had reviewed some data from Lollytime Forever at gmail.com and a whole bunch of others. In any of that review of any of that data, did you ever see anything from Lori saying, let's kill the kids?
No.
Did you ever see anything that said, will you kill my kids?
No.
Anything that said, let's kill the kids?
No.
Anything remotely akin to any of that?
Object has been asked and answered.
Overruled.
Anything akin to any of that?
For this account, no.
Any of the accounts?
I wouldn't know on some of the other accounts because I didn't review those.
Okay, but you were part of the team that reviewed them, right?
Right.
Judge, I'm going to object, ask and answered, and other officers are going to be testifying as to the findings on those other accounts.
I'll overrule the objection.
So based on anything that you've seen, is there anything in there where Lori had texted or emailed or any type of data that says anything about wanting to kill her children?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. That'll conclude the examination then of Detective Stubbs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me just briefly inquire of the jurors with our morning break. I'm inclined to maybe go a while longer and maybe see if we can take lunch a little earlier than normal. Is that possible? Okay. Are you all okay to keep going for another hour? Okay, very well. We'll keep going on then. If the state's got another witness to call after Detective Stubbs, you can go ahead and step down. Is Detective Stubbs going to be recalled in the case? Will the detective be recalled in the case, or can he be excused?
He may be. I don't think so, but to be safe, we ought to not excuse him.
Okay, Detective Stubbs then, I don't know if you're here under subpoena. If you are, then you continue to need to comply with the subpoena until you're directed that you're excused in the case. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. All right, if the state wants to call its next witness.
The state will call Nicole Heidemann.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, Ms. Heidemann, now that you've been sworn, let me just inquire, have you reviewed any of the trial testimony in this case since it started?
I have not.
Okay, you haven't watched any of the coverage of the case or reviewed online or on news or anything, any of the prior testimony?
No.
Okay, thank you for that response. As we get started then, please make verbal responses to all questions and try to avoid talking at the same time as any lawyer asking you a question so we can keep our record clear. With that in mind then, Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Nicole Heidemann, Heideman.
Where are you currently employed?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with them?
Almost 15 years.
What is your current title or position?
I am a tactical specialist.
Have you held other positions within the FBI?
I have.
And what are those?
I was an evidence technician prior to my current position. Yeah. Yeah, sure thing.
At some point, did you become involved in an investigation regarding some missing children?
I did.
And who are those missing children?
J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
As part of your job duties, were you given specific assignments with regard to that investigation?
I was.
At some point, did that investigation broaden to include some other investigation to other conduct?
Yes.
And what other conduct?
There was the investigation into the murder of Charles Vallow, as well as Tammy Daybell, and an attempted shooting or a shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
As part of your job duties, were you asked to review some Google searches on chad.daybell@gmail.com?
I was.
Were you also asked to look into some Google searches conducted on lollytimeforever@gmail.com?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that defense, the witness, and the court all be handed a copy of State's Exhibit 184A. I will note we have not brought in 184 yet. That will come in later. With regard to this, this is a printout of another exhibit that's a PowerPoint, but it's a printout for the benefit of counsel, the court, and the witness.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you'll look those pages over. And do you recognize those?
I do.
And were those in fact created by you?
Yes.
And are they printouts from a PowerPoint that you created?
Yes.
Did you create that based on your investigation or what you reviewed in this case?
It was.
Would that aid in your testimony today?
Yes.
And is that a summary of what you reviewed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 184A.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May I voir dire native an objection?
Yes.
So these summaries of activities, this isn't a full summary, correct?
No. Well, it's not all the searches, no.
I mean, there's only eight searches on the Chad Daybell one and 9 searches on the Lori Daybell one.
Yeah, it's not all the activity, just a summary of relevant search findings.
When you say a summary of relevant for search findings, that's just a summary of the things that go towards your theory of the case, right?
Towards what, law enforcement theory of the case.
Okay. But there's a whole bunch of other searches that were done between January of 2019 and October of 2019, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We won't object for the purposes of what she's testifying to today, Judge.
Okay, so Exhibit 184A is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask to be able to publish Exhibit 184A to the jury.
You may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And it is going to be from the laptop.
Okay.
As indicated, this is actually a PowerPoint. I have a jump drive that has been marked with State's Exhibit 184A for admission to the court after being published.
Okay, and it, well, to be clear then, 184A, there's a paper version of it. You've also got the jump drive.
Correct.
Are they both going to be labeled 184A?
Yes, that's what we'd been doing before. I think what the court's indicated before is the jump drive will be the actual exhibit because it contains the PowerPoint, but for courtesy of the court and counsel, we did the printouts.
Understood. So 184A is admitted, and you can publish the PowerPoint if you want.
And Ms. Heidemann, looking at this first slide, it indicates October 1st, 2018 through the end of production. Were there additional searches contained prior to October 1st, 2018?
Yes.
Why did you focus in on October 1st of 2018 forward?
Our investigation revealed that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met in October of 2018, specifically October 26, 2018. So we chose just to go a little bit prior to that for investigative purposes.
And I would ask again the witness, sorry, if you can just really talk right into the microphone. They're not all that sensitive, and that'll make sure it's on the record.
So looking at the first search indicated there, will you read the date and the search into the record?
January 28th, 2019, Ned Snyder, 1996, Duff, Louisiana. Ned Snyder, Louisiana. Ned Snyder, Louisiana, born 1951, died 1996. And bodies possessed after original occupant dies.
And you were asked by defense counsel, there were additional searches on here, correct?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Why did this particular search stick out?
In the Chandler PD investigation, Charles Vallow had made reference that he was being referred to as Ned Snyder or Schneider.
Do you know where Charles was originally from?
Louisiana, I believe.
And then the next search on there, if you could read the date and that search into the record.
January 31st, 2019, Ned Schneider, Louisiana, obituary, 1997.
And did that one stick out for the same reasons?
It did.
And then the next one, if you could read the date and the search into the record.
March 6th, 2019, June 26th, star sign, are Cancer and Leo compatible, and May 4th, star sign, Taurus and Leo compatible.
What was it?
Jack, that is not what's said on there. She's reading into what the exhibit actually says.
And Your Honor, I think I'm aware of what counsel is indicating. If I may just ask a clarifying question.
Go ahead.
I think what counsel's referencing is on the May 4 sign.
May 4 sign? I'm sorry.
Could you just read that part, starting with the May?
Yeah, my apologies. May 4 sign, Taurus and Leo compatible.
Counsel, does that take care of the objection?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Why did that specific search stick out?
June 26th is Lori Vallow's birthday. May 4th is Tammy Daybell's birthday. And Chad Daybell's birthday is August 11th, making him a Leo.
And then if you can read the date of the next search and the search into the record.
May 5th, 2019, Malachite, eBay Malachite jewelry.
And what was it about that search that stuck out?
Malachite is a green stone that Chad and Lori ultimately purchased for their wedding bands.
And the next one, if you could read the date and the search.
June 1st, 2019, Hiplos.
And what was it about that one that caught your attention?
Hiplos was another name that we found in the investigation to refer to Charles Vallow.
And the next one, if you could read the date and the search.
July 9th, 2019, when you surprised someone with accusations.
What was it about that particular search that caught your attention?
That search was 2 days prior to Charles Vallow's murder.
And the next one, if you could read the date and the search.
September 8th, 2019, SSW wind. What is the definition of SSW direction?
What about that stood out?
That date is the day prior to, or the day of, that we believe Tylee Ryan was murdered, and we believe she was buried on the property, or burned and buried on the property on September 9th, 2019, so it would have been the day prior.
And whose property?
Chad Daybell's.
Do you recall when you were looking at the search terms, did you notice if Chad Daybell generally or commonly searched wind direction?
No, not, I don't believe he, other than this occurrence, I don't believe he did.
And if you could read the date of the next one and the search term.
October 8th, 2019, Rhode Island area code.
What was it about that stood out?
Chad Daybell, there's multiple phones involved in this investigation. One of them is a 401 area code, which is the area code for Rhode Island. It also is the same date that 401 phone number was activated.
And then looking at the next slide here, this is linked to the lollytimeforever@gmail.com account. This has specific dates listed on there, the March 7th, 2019 to December 14th, 2019. Is that indicative of the dates that these searches occurred?
Why did we choose those dates?
Yes.
I believe that was the date of the search warrants. Or I would have to double check that one.
But those were the parameters of the dates that you were looking and retrieving this information, is that correct?
Correct.
Looking at the first one, if you could read the date into the record and the search term.
May 7th, 2019, Malachite.
What caught your attention about that search?
Similarly to Chad's search, it was the same green stone that was ultimately purchased for their wedding bands.
And the next one, if you could read the date and then the search term.
July 21st, 2019, Gerber Life Policy, Life Insurance for Children, the Grow Up Plan.
What caught your attention about that search?
At the time of this, that we reviewed this and subsequently finding out that the children had died, we thought it was of interest that Lori was searching for life insurance for children.
And to be clear, were any life insurance policies ever discovered for the children?
Not that I'm aware of.
Could you read the date of the next one as well as the content into the record?
July 26, 2019, Phoenix Pet Services, Craigslist, Sell Service Dog, Little Angel Service Dogs for Sale, and Offer Up Phoenix.
What about that caught your attention?
J.J. Vallow had a service dog, and after Charles's death, they sold the dog. So it's looking for how to sell or rehome a service dog.
And JJ was still alive on July 26th of 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
What about the next one? Could you read the date and the search term into the record?
August 25th, 2019, wedding bands made of malachite.
And I think you may have answered this already, but what about that caught your attention?
Again, malachite is a recurring theme. On the initial May 7th malachite search, Charles Vallow is still alive, and he's deceased at this point, but Tammy Daybell is still alive.
And then if you could read the date of the next one and the content into the record.
September 20th, 2019, Kennedy Elementary, Rexburg, Idaho phone number and define possessed.
So it looks like there's two.
I'm going to object again. She misstated what she said. Devon possessed, and it was just possess.
It's sustained. It was misread.
Very good.
You'll just correct it.
Just looking at the second search there, could you read that into the record?
Define possess.
And look, it appears that there's two separate terms there, two separate searches. What about the one regarding Kennedy Elementary caught your attention?
That was the school J.J. Vallow attended in Rexburg, Idaho.
And what about the second search there caught your attention?
For similar reasons, but this search occurred just a day or two after we believe J.J. died.
And that's referring to the September 24th search?
Correct.
Looking at the September 20th, there's also the define possess. Was there something about that caught your attention?
Throughout the investigation, the concept of possession, demons, those sort of ideas came up pretty frequently. So in context within the same time frame as the Kennedy Elementary School, we thought that was of interest.
And the two dates there on the Kennedy Elementary School are September 20th and September 24th, correct?
Correct.
Do you know when the last time JJ was seen was?
The last proof of life was the morning of September 22nd, 2019.
So right in between those two dates.
Correct.
And if you would look at the next one on there, the one on September 30th, if you could read the date into the record and the search.
September 30th, 2019. How to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal. How to DIY YouTube.
What stood out about that search?
The date of the search, September 30th, was just a few days before Brandon Boudreaux was shot in Arizona from a Jeep Wrangler.
And when you say shot, do you mean shot at?
Shot at, I'm sorry, yes.
And then the next one on there, the October 2nd.
October 2nd, 2019, Gilbert AZ News.
And what stood out about that?
That is the same day that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at.
And the shooting would have occurred, do you know where the attempted shooting of Brandon occurred?
In Arizona.
And the last one on there?
On October 22nd, 2019, wedding dresses in Kauai.
And what stood out about that?
That date and the search for wedding dresses was approximately 3 days after Tammy Daybell's death and the same day as her funeral.
As part of your duties with this investigation, were you asked to look at various phone data?
Yes.
And were you asked to review the contents of phones recovered pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Were there multiple search warrants and devices that you reviewed the data from?
Yes,
Did you also review some interviews?
I did.
Did you discuss the investigation with other either special agents, detectives, or other law enforcement officers?
I did.
As part of that, were you asked to determine which to do phone number attribution?
Yes.
And when we talk about a phone attribution or a phone number attribution, could you explain a little bit what that means?
Yes. Phone attribution is the process of attempting to identify the likely primary user of a phone or a phone number, typically through reviewing documents, search warrant returns, phone extractions, and you're finding a phone number in close proximity or context with another identifier, such as a name or an account or address, something along those lines.
And ultimately, that allows you to identify who you would determine to be the primary user linked to that phone number.
That's correct.
As in preparation for your testimony today, did you prepare an exhibit,
I did.
a PowerPoint exhibit specifically?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that defense counsel, the witness in the court, be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 186. I would indicate, again, there is a matching jump drive for this, which these are the printout slides from that jump drive.
Okay.
And Ms. Heidemann, if you could look through those pages.
Okay,
Does that appear to be an accurate depiction of the PowerPoint you created?
it does.
And was that prepared by you today in aid of your testimony?
Yes,
And do you believe that it would aid you in your testimony today?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I've previously reviewed 186 over the weekend. I have no objection to this.
All right, Exhibit 186 is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish.
You may publish the PowerPoint.
And again, just for the record, does this appear to be the first slide in the PowerPoint you created?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. Your Honor, I apologize. For some reason, it will not go into the slideshow format on mine. We're going to hook into a different laptop and see if that'll correct it.
All right, we're fine.
Oh, no, not that one. And Your Honor, in the meantime, if I can have the court-handed State's Exhibit 184A, it's the jump drive that was previously admitted. All right. Thank you for your patience. I think we have it running on this one now. So looking at this, this is the second page or the second slide. There's 3 individuals listed here. Why are these 3 individuals listed?
We identified these 3 individuals as the primary subjects in this investigation.
And are there specific dates that you were focused on?
Again, back to the October 2018 timeframe through January 2020.
And the first individual on there listed is Chad Daybell. How many phone numbers did you ultimately attribute to him?
Approximately 9 during this timeframe.
And of those 9, did you narrow that down?
I did 2,
And-
3.
And with Lori Vallow, how many phone numbers were attributed to her?
Approximately 6.
Did you also narrow that number down?
I did.
And how many was that narrowed to?
3.
And same thing with Alex Cox. How many phone numbers were attributed to him?
Approximately 6.
And did you ultimately narrow that down?
Yes.
And when we talk about narrowing it down, how did you determine for each of them that there were 3 phones that you focused in on, or 3 numbers?
For the purpose of this investigation, there was a lot of information contained in text message content through the iClouds and also geolocation data. They primarily focused on 3 numbers, actually for each of them during this relevant time frame. So to minimize some of the noise of all of the phone numbers that we identified, the ones being presented today are the ones that are going to be the most frequent, what you're going to hear from other people testifying if they haven't already, coming forward.
And if we focus in on the phones, or the phone numbers, associated with Chad Daybell first, looking at that first one on here, can you read that number into the record?
208-690-9374.
And on there are 9 things listed. Are those the 9 items that assisted you in attributing this number to Chad?
Yes.
Were there other things that also would have assisted with the attribution?
Yes.
On these that you focused in on, can we go through those?
Yes. Want me to just read them?
Yes, if you'll just kind of provide either reading them or providing why you focused in on those.
Okay. Again, just as an overall, I reviewed case files from all the agencies involved, and in reading reports and interviews and cell phone extractions and legal process, I was looking for phone numbers that were relevant, and then finding places in which they appeared next to a name or account. So the documents that attributed this phone number to Chad was the subscriber information. It was subscribed to Tammy Daybell since March 17th, 2018. This number was listed on a Hawaii rental agreement effective December 15th, 2019, in Chad's name. It was saved as contact Chad in Tammy Daybell's cell phone, our phone. It's the SMS number associated with Chad Daybell at Gmail. It was listed on a Citibank application in Chad's name. It was listed on the Life Map insurance benefit claim form filled out by Chad Daybell for Tammy Daybell's death. It was saved as contact Bishop Shumway in the Lori for Style iCloud. It was listed on Allegiant flight records associated with Chad Daybell. And it was saved as contact Dad in Seth Daybell's phone.
And do you know Seth Daybell's relationship with Chad Daybell?
It's his son.
And Tammy Daybell was Chad's wife?
Correct.
And then we see here a Cricket account. What was it about the Cricket account that caught your attention?
One of the numbers that appears pretty frequently in the iCloud accounts with communications to Lori was a number that started with 505 or 515, which should be coming up. But we sent legal process and found that there are actually 4 numbers on this account in addition to the 1 number, 2 numbers of interest. So all 4 of them sort of help create attribution for each other.
And on this, it lists a subscriber, Boyd Dial. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know if there was any investigation done to determine if a Boyd Dial actually existed?
There was.
And what did that consist of?
I was able to identify 2 Boyd Dials in the United States, both of which lived in Utah and did not have any historical addresses in Arizona.
Are you aware if any follow-up was done with those 2 individuals?
Yes, FBI agents interviewed both individuals and cleared them of any association with this case.
And as you went through your investigation and looking at the different data and interviews. Did you find anything to attribute any of the phone numbers on that Cricket account to either Boyd Dial?
No.
And looking at this number, could you read that number into the record?
480-395-5126.
And outside of being associated with the Cricket account, was there something about this number that caught your attention?
It was saved in the Lori for Style iCloud along with Chad's known number, the 280 number, as the same contact, Melanie 2. That sort of helps to attribute them to each other.
And that was the 208 number associated with him?
Correct. The 208-690-9374 and 480-395-5126 were saved as a same contact, Melanie 2.
And looking at the next number here, can you read that phone number into the record?
480-812-5496.
What was it about this number that caught your attention?
Two things. One, the activation date for the prior number, the 480-395-5126, was active from October 31st, 2018 through January 31st, 2019. The secondary number that ends in 5496 is activated the day that the previous number was deactivated or expired and ran through July 1st, 2019. Additionally, it was also saved in the Lori for Style iCloud account as Contact Jeannie.
And these two numbers are in white. Were these two of the three numbers that you focused in on?
Not so much as far as what you'll hear in the investigation, but they do provide further attribution for the other relevant phone numbers.
And this next number, if you could read the number into the record.
515-402-0143.
And this one, again, has some more things listed than the last one. Could we go through what it was about this phone number that drew your attention?
It was first identified by the Chandler Police Department in Lori's 480-692-9562 call detail records and saved as Contact Bubby in the Lolly Time iCloud account. It was active. It picked up the activation from July 1st, 2019, the date that the prior number, the 5496 number, expired, and was active until October 8th, 2019. In the call detail records for this number, we found a call to the Valley of the Sun mortuary on July 11th, 2019, in which Chad Daybell calls and has an interaction with the mortuary, which was recorded. There was a text message from Lori with the content reading conf number 99NBQ4, which was an Allegiant Airlines flight in Chad's name. A text from Lori on August 11th, 2019, birthday kisses all over. And finally, it was saved as Contact Rebecca Shumway in Lori for Style, the iCloud account.
And looking back at that 208 number, it was also saved, that number was saved as a Bishop Shumway.
Correct.
So that was the second time we'd seen the Shumway name.
Correct.
And then looking at this next one, if you could read that number into the record.
401-569-8260.
And on this one, there's several different items listed as well. Can we go through those?
This number was first identified as the first contact of Alex's 334 phone number. The activation period for the 401 number picks up from when the 515 was deactivated or expired and ran through December 30th, 2019. Chad conducted a Google search, as previously mentioned, for Rhode Island area code on October 8th, 2019, the same date that this phone was purchased. There was a text from Chad's known number, 208-690-9374, to Lori on October 9th, 2019, saying, "I will call right now," from a 401 number. This number is only in contact with Lori's 480-489-4652 and Alex's 334-744-4205 phone numbers, and it is saved as Contact Bishop Miller in Lori for Style iCloud.
And through these different ways, you were able to attribute all of these phone numbers to Chad Daybell.
Yes, either through content or it's being attributed to somebody that, in Lori's iCloud, there's knowledge of that these two people are connected.
And looking back again at that first number, the 208 number, was that active for the duration of these other numbers being active?
I believe it was. Based on the legal process, I don't know that we ever had a deactivation time.
So it would have meant that Chad Daybell had at least 2 active phones at the same time.
Correct.
And in looking at this next slide, there's 2 more numbers listed here. What was it about these 2 numbers that drew your attention?
Well, these don't necessarily, these numbers are relevant in the sense that they help further attribute Chad to additional numbers, but also Chad and Lori's aliases that are used throughout the investigation.
And what are those aliases?
Raphael and Lily for Chad and Lori, and James and Elena.
And with both of these numbers, looking at the first one there, can you read that number into the record?
602-290-7288.
And what was it with this number that assisted with attributing that to Chad?
Between these 2 bullet points, Chad, the text from this number to the Daybell children, it was a group text on December 4th that began, "Hi, this is Dad." And in conjunction, it's saved in Zulema's phone as contact with Raphael. So those 2 together would help attribute that this is Chad's phone, and he's also known as Raphael to others.
And the next phone number, if you could read that into the... Oh.
I'm going to have to have you back up. You said in conjunction, it's saved in Zulema's phone. Could you just repeat that?
Has saved as contact Raphael in Zulema's phone.
And with that next number, if you could read it into the record.
480-341-9585.
And how were you able to attribute that phone to Chad?
Based on subscriber records for the James Lozelina at iCloud.com, this phone number was listed in the subscriber records. There was also a text from this number to the Daybell children on December 14th, 2019 that begins, "Hi, this is Chad." And it was a number being used by Chad and Lori according to Ian Pulowski.
And both of these numbers would have been in use later on in the investigation?
Correct, after the homicides, yes.
And would this have been after Chad and Lori had left the Idaho area?
Yes.
Then looking at Lori and the cell phone numbers attributed to her, if you could read that first number into the record.
480-489-4652.
And there are several things listed there identifying this phone as being attributed to her. Did you find other things to also attribute this phone to her, or this number?
Yes.
Were these the main things that you had focused in on?
Yes.
And if we could just go through those.
It was identified by Chandler Police Department during a review of the Lori for Style iCloud account. There was no based on the provider records, there was actually no subscriber name associated, but the account IDs were similar to Lori's known email accounts, which were lollytime at iCloud and Lori for Style at Hotmail. Additionally, the credit card information associated with the provider information was in Lori Vallow's name. This phone number was effective from January 31st, 2019 through December 28th, 2019. This number is also listed along with Lori Vallow's name on Allegiant flight records. It's saved as contact Lori and Lily in Melanie Boudreau Pulowski's phones. It's saved as contact Lori Vallow in Zulema's phone along with an additional phone number 480-692-9562. It's listed on Delta Flight records along with KKWalker75 at yahoo.com. And it was a contact number on a Hawaii wedding quote request.
And looking in at the Delta Flight records associated with KKWalker75 at Yahoo, what was it about that that drew your attention?
We had identified 2 emails sent from this email to Chad Daybell that Charles Vallow had have found in the iCloud accounts and confronted Chad and Lori about being a false representation of wishes he was making to have somebody write a book for him, and asking for Chad to travel to, I believe it was Houston, for a children's camp.
And looking at this next phone number, if you could read that number into the record.
480-692-9562.
And again, there are several things listed here. Were there other things that attributed this phone number to Lori?
There were.
Were these the things that you'd focused in on the most?
Yes.
And if we could go through what those are?
480, oh, I'm sorry. The first one was Chandler Police Department's review of Charles Vallow's cell phone. Reviewed this as another number for Lori, so Charles had this saved in his phone. It was subscribed to Lori Vallow effective February 4th, 2019 through January 5th, 2020. Based on legal process, we found that this number was associated with the LollyTime at iCloud, Lori for Style at iCloud, and LollyTime Forever at gmail.com accounts. It was listed as the Amazon shipping contact for Charles Vallow at 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175 in Rexburg, Idaho. It was the contact number provided on P.O. Box 415, Sugar City, Idaho application, along with Lori Vallow's name. It was saved as contact Lily and Lolo in Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone, and similarly to the prior number, it was listed as a contact number on the Hawaii wedding quote request.
And looking at that Amazon shipping, the 565 Pioneer Road, is that an address that was ever associated to with Charles Vallow that you're aware of?
No, it was not.
Was it an address that he ever lived at, if you're aware?
No, it was not.
Is that an address that was associated with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And did she live there?
Yes.
And looking at the next one, could you read that number into the record?
808-755-5452.
And similarly, there's several things listed there. Were there other ways in which this number was attributed to Lori?
Yes.
Were these the main ones that you focused in on?
Yes.
And if you could indicate what those are.
Lori provided this number to Chandler Police Department during their investigation into the death of Charles Vallow. It was subscribed to Premier Financial Services effective January 8th, 2016 until November 24th, 2019. It was associated with the Lori for Style iCloud account. There was an IM to a Peter Dickinson on August 8th, 2019 that stated, "Hi, Peter, this is Lori Vallow." It was saved as contact Lolo Vallow in Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. It was saved as contact Lily in Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone, and similarly to the other two numbers, it was listed as a contact on the Hawaii wedding quote request.
And on those Hawaii wedding quote requests, do you know, was that filled out in conjunction with Chad and Lori's request to get married?
Yes.
And then looking at the Premier Financial Services, what was it about that drew your attention?
That was Charles Vallow's business.
I think it misstates the actual evidence.
I'll sustain that objection. As to that, just final part of that last response. As to the final part of the response there, the objection is sustained.
Do you know if Charles Vallow was associated with a business while he was alive?
Yes.
And what business was that?
Premier Financial Services.
Then looking at the next slide, if you would read, these are the numbers associated with Alex Cox.
Correct.
And if you could read that first number into the record.
480-351-9120.
And there are 6 different things listed there. Were there other ways in which this number was attributed to Alex?
Yes.
And were these the main ones that you focused in on?
Yes.
If you could please go through those.
Again, this was the contact number provided by Alex to Chandler Police Department and during the investigation into the Charles Vallow homicide. It was actually subscribed to Alex Cox with an effective date of February 27th, 2015 until an unknown date based on the legal process only went up to a certain date, so I'm not sure when it ended exactly. It was associated with email accounts homerjmaximus@gmail.com and homerjmaximus@yahoo.com. It was saved as contact Alex Cox in the lollytime@icloud.com account and as Alex Cox in the Lori for Style iCloud.com account. And it was listed on Allegiant Flight Records, which also included homerjmaximus@yahoo.com.
And looking at this next phone number, if you could read that into the record.
304-960-5998.
And there are not as many things listed on this one. Were there other ways in which you attributed this phone to Alex Cox?
There was not much on this phone. There are other ways, but through location services, but I cannot testify to that.
So based on what you could review, if you could go through what led you to attribute this phone to Alex Cox.
It was identified through the phone's IMEI as being associated with the homerjmaximus@gmail.com subscriber records or access records. There was no subscriber name associated with this number, but there was an account ID of raymaximus@gmail.com, and it was effective from September 27th, 2019 through December 28th, 2019.
And on this next one, if you could read the number into the record.
334-744-4205.
And were there other ways in which, outside of what's listed here, were there other ways in which this number was attributed to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Were these the main ones that you focused in on?
That I focus in on, yes.
And if you could indicate what those are.
This phone number was associated with a Samsung Galaxy phone recovered from Alex's Rexburg apartment. There was no subscriber name as indicated by the provider. However, there was an account ID of raylamar@gmail.com. It was effective from October 9th, 2019 through January 9th, 2020. And it was saved as contact Spencer's wife in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com account.
And again, when you're attributing a phone number to someone, what does that mean?
Phone numbers or phones and phone numbers can be used by multiple people, but we are trying to figure out to identify, especially when there is no subscriber information, who the likely primary user is. Obviously, phones can be passed around. So trying to figure out who the likely primary user is gives us a pretty good indication of who's making making the calls and text messages primarily.
And Your Honor, I would indicate there are a couple other exhibits that I intend to try to introduce with this witness. I can move forward, or I didn't know if the court would like to break at this point before we get into the next exhibits.
If you think this is a good logical time to break, we could probably take our lunch break at this point.
The next exhibit I think will take more than 10 minutes to go through, assuming it's admitted. And so given that, I wondered if now would make sense to break.
Okay, I think we can do that. That makes sense as well. So we will take the lunch recess. We'll try to get started before 1 o'clock, obviously maybe 12:45 to restart with more testimony, if that'll give everyone time to get lunch. All right.
All right, please.
recess. Thank you. Please be seated. We're ready to have the jurors brought in whenever they're ready. Oh. I didn't. All right. I won't. It's your first warning, though. This thing's working today now. It's tracking on its own for some reason. So it is working.
All right, please. Jury's all present, counted for, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, that concludes the lunch break. The court would note the jurors are all present and accounted for. The state is conducting direct examination of FBI agent Heidemann. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with your direct at this time, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heidemann, as part of your responsibilities, were you also asked to look specifically for evidence of wedding planning?
Yes, I was.
And again, did you review phone data?
Yes,
Did you review data recovered from search warrants
I did.
and responsive documents?
Yes,
Did you discuss the case with other investigators,
yes,
both special agents and detectives?
yes,
Did you also read reports of interviews?
I did.
And in preparation of your testimony today, did you create a PowerPoint exhibit?
I did.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask that both the witness, the court, and the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185. Similar to the other ones, these are pages that are part of a PowerPoint, but for courtesy of the court, counsel, and the witness, we printed out the pages associated with that PowerPoint.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
And if you would look through those pages you've been handed.
Okay.
Do those appear to be an accurate representation of the PowerPoint you created?
They are.
And do those contain information that you learned through your part of this investigation?
Yes.
Would that aid in the presentation of your testimony today?
It would.
And is this a summary of various documents and information you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of this exhibit.
Any objection from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. We believe that pages 2 and 3 of this exhibit are irrelevant and have nothing to do with this case. We believe that page 4 contains 404B evidence. We believe that those are all the objections that we have.
All right, let's take those individually then. There's first an objection lodged on relevance grounds for pages 2 and 3. Would you like to address that, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor. And if I may ask some questions of the witness in aid of that.
And before publishing them, but if you'd make reference also to make sure we're tracking the same page, all of us, meaning you and defense counsel, because there aren't page numbers.
And the one that I'm looking at would be the one, without getting into what the slide contains too much, would be the 2 documents.
Okay.
Is that the one counsel's referencing
Yes.
with regards to page 2?
Yes.
All right.
Ms. Heidemann, did you review documents recovered from the Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
I did.
Were there some documents that were recovered in addition to messages and other information?
Yes.
And looking at page 2, without describing what's on it, is that one of the documents that was recovered from the Lori for Style at iCloud.com review?
It was.
And then similarly with page 3, was that document also recovered from the Lori for Style?
It
at
was.
iCloud? And it was?
Yes.
Your Honor, I think given the fact that these were discovered in the Lori for Style at iCloud, which has already been submitted to the court, that account and the documents retrieved from that and the information, I believe they're already in evidence. So with that, I'd ask to be able to admit it because they've already been admitted, and I think we could get to the relevance argument when we start to discuss that, unless the court wants me to go into more detail now.
I think we need to determine before it's admitted whether or not the relevance objection would be sustained. So now that I've looked at it and reviewed it, Mr. Thomas, do you have any further objection as to the relevance on those first 2 pages?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know if these were to Lori Vallow or from Lori Vallow. And I think it would be significant to know that. And I'm again objecting to the relevancy. I don't think it has anything to do. I'm just going to, yeah.
The question I have looking at them, Ms. Blake, on pages 2 and 3, I think given the theory of the case of the state, there is relevance here and would overrule an objection just based on relevance looking at the content. The question I would have then is whether this is, what is the source of this information? I mean, I don't know that this is actually information that was obtained and gathered by the investigator here directly from an account of the defendant or a co-conspirator alleged, or whether or not this was actually the information that was located in this account, the iCloud account. If I made that clear or not.
If I can ask some additional questions, I may be able to clear that up.
So a foundational concern is what I have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
With regard to those 2 documents, I believe you already indicated they were located in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com, the responsive documents for that account.
Correct.
Were you able to tell where they were located, if they were sent to Ms. Vallow or if she sent them out?
If I recall, they were just saved as documents in the account without any identifiers.
But they were saved in the account of Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
Correct.
And Your Honor, again, I think with that, the Lori for Style at iCloud.com, those responsive documents and the data has already been admitted into evidence. So these are already in evidence.
Okay, and with that explanation also, I just was concerned about foundation, whether this was information that was extrinsically brought in through the investigator or whether it was actually in that account. So I'll overrule the objection as to relevance, and that satisfies my foundational concerns. So pages 2 and 3, the objection's overruled. So then there was another objection on page.
I believe it's page 4, and just to be clear, is that regarding the Google searches, so that we're looking at the same page?
There was a 404B objection. Would you?
I think that was on page 5.
Oh, on page 5.
Oh, was it page 5? Okay, I was looking at page 4.
All right, the court's reviewed the objection as it relates to page 5 and references Arizona. The court would note that previously I've made a determination that 404B evidence would be allowed in this case based on a ruling made in February. The jury will be further instructed on the issue of how to consider that evidence at the time of deliberations. So for that reason, the objection as to the 404B lodged as to page 5 is overruled, and that page can also be admitted as part of the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And, Your Honor, Exhibit 185 is admitted then?
So with that, yes, then Exhibit 185 is admitted.
And I would request permission to publish the PowerPoint presentation. Again, I have a jump drive that has been marked States Exhibit 185 that will be submitted to the court.
Okay, so the exhibit will actually be the PowerPoint file that's located on that jump drive. The court has a courtesy copy, and with that, you can publish from the PowerPoint. Ms. Blake.
Ms. Heidemann, if we look at this slide here, can you explain or can you tell me what 2 documents were located in the Lori for Style at iCloud that drew your attention?
2 documents, one titled 7 Archangels, and the second one, Presiding Council of Archangels.
And in looking at this first document, the 7 Archangels, what was it about this document that drew your attention?
Initially, what drew my attention are the references to Raphael and James, or James the Just, which we saw Chad refer to himself frequently by those aliases.
And was there anything else that caught your attention?
To the presence of the day Tuesday, as well as a crystal affinity of malachite.
And we've talked a little bit about malachite before. What was it about Tuesday that drew your attention?
Tuesday, in relation to Raphael and James, or Chad, stood out because Chad and Lori ended up getting married on a Tuesday.
And if we turn to that second document, the Presiding Council of Archangels, what was it about that document that stood out?
It contained very similar names, James and Raphael, along with new names, Elena and Lily, and then the combination of both together.
And what was the significance of Elena and Lily?
Those names appeared in context with Lori in text messages and I believe emails in the iCloud account.
And then when we look at the Raphael and Lily together, what did you notice?
Similarities with the date of Tuesday and the color of green.
And looking at this next slide, and we had previously talked about some Google searches for malachite, correct?
Yes.
And those began, when did you locate the first searches for malachite?
I believe Chad's first search for malachite was in March of 2018, and then not again until May of 2019 when it appears in Chad and Lori's Google search history.
And in the Google searches that are up right now, do you know who had Googled those?
Well, they appear in the chad.daybell@gmail.com search history.
So they were Googled from that account at least.
Correct.
And what about this next one that appears?
That appeared in the lollytimeforever@gmail.com search history.
And what date was that searched?
That would have been, May 7th, 2019.
And it has a timestamp there. Do you know what time that is in?
That's in UTC time.
So it may need to be adjusted depending on the location of the user.
Correct.
Did you discover attempts to purchase some wedding rings?
I did.
And when was the first attempt that you located?
The first attempt I located was on August 14th of 2019, in which Lori purchased 2 glow-in-the-dark malachite inlay titanium rings from an Etsy site and provided a shipping address to 5531 South 4 Peaks Place in Chandler, Arizona.
And that address that appears in there, that 5531 South 4 Peaks Place, do you know who that address was associated with?
With Lori Vallow.
And before we talked about some searches done in May of 2019, do you know, was Charles Vallow alive at that time?
For the searches, yes.
And was Tammy Daybell alive in May of 2019?
Yes.
And then on this August 14th date, do you know if Charles Vallow was still alive?
He was not.
What about Tammy Daybell?
She was.
And we talked about the UTC time zone. Do you know where that time zone would be?
It's kind of just a standard, like a 0 time frame.
And then it's adjusted depending on your location to the different time zones?
Correct, yes.
And then did you find another attempt to purchase wedding rings?
Yes.
And when was that?
On August 25th, 2019, Lori attempted to purchase 2 custom titanium rings with malachite stone inlays in size 4.25 and 11.5 from Revolution Jewelry Designs with an express insured shipping to 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175 in Rexburg, Idaho.
And did that transaction go through?
No, that transaction, the card was declined and the order was canceled.
And when we talk about that 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, do you know who that address was associated with?
With Lori Vallow.
Did you learn whether or not there was ever a successful purchase of wedding rings?
There were.
And do you know when that was?
On October 2nd, 2019.
And on this, we see a purchase for 2 different rings. Did you focus in on one of these rings?
We did on the second ring purchase.
And why did you end up focusing in on that one?
When we put the description of that ring into Amazon, that was the image that appeared, which also appears in their wedding photos. The ring is similar in style to their wedding photos.
And when you talk about similar in style to the wedding photos, specifically, was it Chad or Lori that the ring appeared to match?
Lori's.
And do you know what Amazon account this was purchased through?
Charles Vallow's.
Was Charles Vallow still alive on October 2nd of 2019?
He was not.
Was there another ring purchased that day?
Yes, there was.
And do you know where that was purchased from?
That was purchased through Roy Rose Jewelry again, through the Charles Vallow's Amazon account.
And what did this appear to be, a man or a woman's ring?
Based on the size, it was more than likely a man's ring.
And what size was ordered initially?
11.5.
Did you notice another transaction in regard to that ring?
Yes, that initial ring was returned and eventually repurchased as a size 11.
Do you know approximately when that occurred?
On October 4th, 2019.
Do you know the date that Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead?
She was pronounced dead on October 19th, 2019.
Was there an additional transaction with regard to that ring that occurred after Tammy was dead?
Yes, the size 11 ring was returned again and repurchased as a size 10, but that one what we believe was kept.
You located no evidence that that size 10 was returned?
Correct.
Did you notice anything else about this specific ring?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
When looking at the photo on Amazon, did you notice anything with regard to that?
Yes, similarly to the prior ring, when we input the Thorsten Mahai malachite stone inlay into Amazon, the image that resulted is the image purchased there, which again appeared to be similar to Chad's ring in their wedding photos.
And is this the wedding photo that you were referencing?
It is.
And so when you looked at this photo, you compared it to those rings to determine that they appeared similar?
Correct.
Did you also look at a text message that had been sent?
I did.
And looking at the slide, is that one of the text messages that you'd focused in on?
Yes.
And I say text, but it says SMS message. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you determine most likely who that message was sent from and to whom?
Again, based on phone attribution, we believe the 515 Bobby number to be attributed to Chad.
And who would the message have been sent to most likely?
This was in the Lolly Time account, so to Lori Vallow.
And what was the date of that message?
July 13th, 2019.
Did anything stick out to you about that date?
This would have been 2 days after the death of Charles Vallow.
And could you read into the record the content of that text or that SMS message?
Yes. Concerning the 2 weeks, BYU Idaho's graduation is July 23rd. Adam is getting his bachelor's, and Leah and Joe are getting their associates. They are all walking in the same commencement ceremony. I feel she will be gone by then, but I will still have that hoopla to deal with because a lot of my and Adam's family are coming and will stay for July 24th. So I believe that's why the Lord hinted I might not get to be with you until that is over. Please ask about that.
The individuals mentioned in that message, do you know who they are?
Yes, Adam and Joe are Chad Daybell's sons-in-law, and Leah is his daughter.
And there's some writing there at the bottom of the screen. Were those things that stood out to you about the text?
Yes.
Did you also review some texts between Chad and Lori from July 22nd of 2019?
I did.
And on this slide, you have regarding quiet and the plan. When you're referencing the plan, was this in relation to a specific plan?
It appears to, with the totality of everything, to be the plan to be in Hawaii together.
And to ultimately be together?
Correct.
And in looking at that text exchange, could you indicate who the text originates from and to whom, or who we believe that it originates from and to whom, and the content of the message?
Yes. Similarly to the prior text, the iCloud shows that it originated, or it's in this situation, a to-from situation from the 515 Bubby number previously attributed to Chad to Lori.
And what is the content of that first message?
Love you, going with Garth in an hour to see Other Side of Heaven too. Missing you desperately, but so excited to be with you.
And is there a response from Lori?
Yes, Lori responded, you will love it.
And then the next message?
The 515 Bubby number responds, not as much as I love you.
And does Lori respond to that?
She does. She says, I love you. You will enjoy the scenery. It looks like Kauai a lot.
And is there another message then from Lori?
Hopefully we will be there someday soon together.
And what is the number associated with Chad's response?
That is the plan and my greatest desire.
Did you then locate anything regarding Lori requesting a quote for a wedding?
I did.
And when was that quote requested?
On October 30th, 2019.
And where were they requesting to hold the wedding? Or was she?
At the Kauai Beach in Hawaii.
Did she specify a specific day in her request that they were wanting to get married?
November 5th, 2019.
Do you know if Chad and Lori were actually married?
They were.
And what day did they get married?
Tuesday, November 5th, 2019.
And do you know if they exchanged rings?
They did.
What type of rings did they exchange?
They appear to be malachite rings.
And Judge, I have that jump drive, State's Exhibit 185.
All right, we'll have that admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, I also have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 230. These are records, business records that contain a certification. I have a copy for counsel, the court, and the witness, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor as well, if we can show it to defense counsel. It's my understanding this was already stipulated to with having the business record certification.
All right, we'll take a moment and review those.
And Ms. Heidemann, it looks like you're looking through those, but if you can just review those as well. And Your Honor, again, the state would move for those admissions, the admission of that exhibit based on stipulation.
Any objection as to admitting Exhibit 230?
Well, I'm just going to object to the completeness of it. This is not a complete record of what was sent or that what was received in this search warrant or subpoena.
All right, response to that, Ms. Blake?
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
Judge, if we could maybe approach for a brief sidebar.
Yes. All right, on the sidebar, Ms. Blake, I understand there are some additional records that would be included with this particular exhibit, and the state's going to retrieve those at this time. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we talked about that. I think it would be efficient for us to just keep, well, to do that at this time in lieu of trying to bring it back later at another point. So for that reason, then, the state indicates it's not going to take very long to do that, but it will take a few moments. So we'll take a brief recess at this time until those records have been located and provided, and then we'll come back on the record for additional direct. So we'll take a recess now for maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, please.
Thank you. We'll have the jurors brought in. You can just remain standing.
all present, count for your order.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record. Case CR 2221-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. We just took a recess to sort out a particular exhibit. It appears that the additional pages have been submitted at this time. Ms. Blake, if you want to continue with offering that exhibit, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, counsel was right. There were some missing parts to that exhibit. Those have been located and attached at this point. I had them attached to both the court's courtesy copy, the official copy, as well as have attached one to the exhibit for the witness, and defense counsel has provided those additional pages. So with those additional pages being attached to that exhibit, we would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 230.
Okay, any objection now to admission of Exhibit 230?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 230 will be admitted.
Ms. Heidemann, did you have a chance to look at Exhibit 230?
I did.
Do you recognize that as some documents that you had been asked to review as part of your role in this investigation?
Yes.
In reviewing those, did you end up putting together a PowerPoint presentation regarding what you observed in those records?
I did.
And is it something that you believe would aid you today in your testimony?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185A. I have a copy for counsel. I just made 3 copies, but counsel, the court, and then if the witness can be shown one.
Yes.
And again, similar to the last exhibits, this is a printout of a PowerPoint presentation that is on a separate jump drive, also marked as State's Exhibit 185A.
All right, thanks for that explanation.
And is that in fact a copy of the PowerPoint that was prepared by you?
It is.
And is it a summary of the documents that you reviewed?
It is.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 185A.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, and this particular objection, I think either we should do a sidebar or we should do it outside the presence of the jury.
All right, let's discuss with the sidebar first and see where we go from there. All right, after sidebar, we'll be back on the record. The court had a discussion with counsel about this objection. Mr. Thomas, I've approved, I think it would be appropriate if you want to indicate your concern with this particular exhibit and make your objection in the presence of the jury, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. The objection that we have is that the state is presuming that Tylee Ryan was killed on September the 8th or 9th and that J.J. Vallow was presumably killed on September 22nd or 23rd, and that Tammy Daybell was killed on October 18th or 19th. We're objecting that to the reference of them saying that they've been killed. We don't believe that it's appropriate to have the jury assume these things, that these things need to be proved out, and we don't believe that they've been proved out as of yet.
All right, and in lieu of response at this time, I'll just note we did discuss this in a sidebar. The court considered that objection, and the way I'll rule on the objection is in terms of the admission of Exhibit 185A, I'll allow for it to be admitted, but clarifying that this is a demonstrative exhibit because certain indications in the exhibit that may be stated as fact have yet to be or have not been conclusively potentially proved at this point. So I think it's something that can be argued on both cross-examination and in your direct, Ms. Blake, but because of those dates there as they relate to the deaths, the court will admit that with a limiting instruction that this would be a demonstrative exhibit and not evidence of those facts as it's existing on this timeline.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Given that, the state would ask to publish Exhibit 185A.
You may publish it.
And with this, is this in fact the exhibit that you prepared?
It is.
Were you asked specifically to look at dates that Chad and Lori visited the temple together?
Yes,
And were you also asked to specifically look at dates they visited the temple together prior to being married?
I was.
In looking at this chart, were there specific dates that you located where they had in fact attended a temple together?
Yes.
And looking at those, can you indicate the dates that they attended temples together?
November 16th of 2018, they attended the Gilbert Temple together. On April 3rd, 2019, they attended the Idaho Falls Temple together. On April 27th, 2019, they attended the Houston Temple together. On September 7th, 2019, they attended the Idaho Falls Temple together. On September 17th, 2019, they attended the Rexburg Temple together, although that one had a more significant time difference than previous and subsequent visits. On September 28th, 2019, they attended the Rexburg Temple together, and on October 29th, 2019, they attended the Rexburg Temple together.
And when you talk about that September 17th visit and the time difference, what are you referencing there?
The temple records show when a member, I believe, scans a card and it tracks the date and time to the second, and all the previous and post September 17th, they're all within a minute, 2 minutes, and sometimes seconds of each other, which is why we're saying that they're attending together. The September 17th, 2019, there was a 25-minute time difference, so I just wanted to caveat that to make it clear.
And it was a 25-minute difference from when between Chad or Lori scanning their card in?
Correct.
And the other visits, they scanned much closer in time together?
Within seconds to 2 minutes, probably, on average.
And looking at those first 3 dates, was Charles still alive at that time?
He was.
And do you know when Charles was killed?
On July 11th, 2019.
And then looking at those next 3 dates in September, do you know if Tammy was still alive during that time?
She was.
And for that first visit on September 7th, do you know if Tylee was still alive?
She was.
And was JJ still alive?
He was.
And there's a note there indicating on September 8th or 9th, Tylee Ryan was killed. Do you know the last time Tylee Ryan was seen alive?
Yes, she was our last proof of life of Tylee was on September 8th, 2019, based on photographs of her in Yellowstone, found on one of Lori's iCloud accounts.
So is that the presumptive date regarding when she was maybe killed?
Correct. I don't know the exact date or time.
And September 17th, was JJ still alive at that time?
He was.
Do you know the last time JJ was seen alive?
Well, we know that there is a photograph of JJ saved in one of Lori's iCloud accounts the morning of September 22nd.
And so when we have September 22nd to 23rd, JJ Vallow killed, is that the presumptive date?
Correct.
And you would gather this information and then turn it over to other investigators, is that correct?
Yes.
Then there are, and then there is also the indication there of Tammy being killed on October 18th or 19th. Do you know when she was pronounced dead?
October 19th, 2019.
And there are 2 things there in yellow regarding some attempted shootings. Did you learn that information through your investigation?
I did.
And so we have the October 2nd Brandon Boudreaux shooting. That was learned through the investigation.
It was?
And the October 9th attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell.
Yes.
And so while these events were occurring, there were temple visits in between. Is that correct?
Yeah, there appeared to be, yes.
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Flake. Mr. Thomas, cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Agent Heidemann. Is it agent or special agent or
Tactical specialist. I'm not sworn.
tactical specialist?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
It's a new one I've never heard before. Okay. And so tactical specialist, basically, you've worked for the FBI for 15 years,
Yes, sir.
and you indicate that you just indicated you're a tactical specialist. Before that, I believe you said you were an evidence technician.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference?
An evidence technician in the FBI, we were charged with maintaining custody and control of physical evidence brought into and out of the FBI.
Okay. And now your job is to analyze. You're more of an analyst?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's just start with some of these exhibits that the state has brought to your attention. Search activity of interest observed in Chad Daybell at Gmail. It's 184A. Can we have the 184A, please? Yeah, just hand it to the witness. That's fine. So you recognize this because you're the one that drafted this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the first one is indicative of Chad Daybell at gmail.com saying, Ned Schneider, 1996, Death, Louisiana.
I have a different
What do you have?
exhibit.
It's 184A, which was a 2-page PowerPoint.
Okay.
That's
Are
what
you
I
on
thought.
184A?
Yeah, 184A.
Okay. And it is a jump drive exhibit, so we've got courtesy copies in the jump drive.
Can I wrote on mine, so.
Mr. Bailiff, there's a courtesy copy the witness can look at. If you want to publish it again, you can, Mr. Thomas, or you can just refer to the courtesy copy that's provided to the witness.
All right, let's just let her, I'll just talk you through it if that's okay.
Okay.
So we're looking at Ned Schneider, 1996, Death, Louisiana, you understand?
Yes,
Okay, and that you said that was significant to you?
it was.
And when you researched that, what did you find out about Ned Schneider in 1996?
We just looked at the Google search history. You mean research what he was searching?
Right.
I just looked at the Google search history and these situations.
You didn't look into what he was looking at?
I did not. No.
Is there any reason why you didn't do that?
No, I suppose not.
Okay. So what was so significant about Ned Schneider? Somebody told you that Ned Schneider, 1996, Death, Louisiana, was something significant?
The name Ned Schneider or Schneider was significant. The death dates or location was not quite as significant.
You didn't think that it was important to find out who this guy was?
No.
Okay. The next one, 131, 2019, Ned Schneider, Louisiana obituary, 1997.
Yes.
You didn't look into that either?
I did not.
In fact, you didn't look into any of these?
Other than maybe the Rhode Island area code to confirm that 401? No.
So your search was very narrow. Your task was very narrow, just to find things within these search histories, because these search histories are huge, right?
Yes.
And your job was to find things that might match up to things that the state could use to prosecute. Is that right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. So you weren't tasked with the job of actually finding out what any of these meant or what significance that they drew. You were just tasked with finding names. That's it, right?
With finding information that had already been presented in previous reporting or interviews, things that had already happened in the case that we were aware of, and then they appeared also in the search history.
But you didn't dig into them any further than that. It was just a cursory search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And the same thing with lollyforever@gmail.com, the next part of the exhibit?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned, let's see, where am I at? Evidence of wedding planning. This was another exhibit. This was States 185. Can we have the, and we're done with 184A. She can take that back.
All right, and again, this was a PowerPoint that was admitted as an exhibit, so I do have a courtesy copy that you can use for reference for
thanks,
the
Judge.
witness if you prefer.
You recall testifying about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And you made this PowerPoint up?
Yes.
Okay. So on page 2, or the second page of this, it talks about 2 documents discovered during Lori for Style at iCloud.com. 7 archangels and the presiding council of archangels. You wrote that?
Did I write it on the slide?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on the other side of the slide, you made reference to the Archangel Raphael and the fact that Tuesday was some sort of a significant day of the week. Mm-hmm. What was the significance of that?
Chad and Lori were married on a Tuesday.
And so you thought the fact that Chad and Lori were married on a Tuesday was a significant point because it said something about the Archangel Raphael on a Tuesday?
I think it was mostly of interest, the totality of the names and the Malachite and Tuesday all in one. I think on each on their own, probably not, but the totality of it was we thought of importance.
What other things happened on a Tuesday that were of significance?
Nothing that I can think of.
Did the kids die on a Tuesday?
I don't remember. I'd have to look at the dates.
Would it be surprising if I told you they died on a Monday?
Okay.
Would that be surprising to you?
No.
Did Tammy Daybell die on a Tuesday?
I don't believe so.
Would it be surprising if I told you she didn't?
No.
Okay. Were any of these searches that were done, were any of them done on a Tuesday?
Which searches, sir?
Any of the searches in 184A, the ones that we talked about?
I don't know.
Didn't check?
No.
It wasn't that significant?
Not in reference to the search dates, no.
The day of the week? Not significant?
It was not.
Okay, thank you. As far as the Malachite rings, these weren't special order rings, were they?
I don't. In what respect?
Well, they weren't manufactured for the purpose of this particular couple.
I don't know how they manufacture them. I believe the first attempted purchase on August 14th was likely a special order because the manufacturer stated he did not have time to fulfill the order. So, but I can't speak to whether the other ones are custom made by the manufacturer or if it's a Etsy company, if it's just that individual. I don't know how custom they are.
Okay, so you didn't really look into that?
I did not know.
Okay. So basically we have 2 Malachite rings. You don't know if they're special order or if they were custom made, right?
I do not know that, no.
What we do know is that they were not the right size,
Correct.
apparently, right?
Chad's correct, yes.
Chad's was not the right size?
Correct.
Okay. So what size ring does Chad wear?
Based on the last purchase, I would assume a 10, but I can't say for certain what size ring he wears.
So you don't know what size ring he wears?
I do not.
All right. And what about Lori? Do you know what size ring she wears?
I don't know for certain, but based on the ring purchases, I believe they were a 4.5.
Okay. So you don't know what size ring Lori wears?
I do not.
Do you know what size ring Alex Cox wears?
I do not.
Do you know what size ring Zulema Pastinez wears?
No.
Did you research any of that?
No.
Okay. Again, looking at State's Exhibit 185, the evidence of the wedding planning. Just get you to the right page here. 1, 2. Page 9 would be a text from Chad to Lori on 7/13.
Okay.
So you said you had some significance with that. Would you argue with me if I told you that 7/13 was a Saturday?
No.
Was there any significance to that?
No.
The text message specifically says, concerning the 2 weeks, BYU Idaho graduation is July 23rd. Would it surprise you if I told you that was a Tuesday?
No.
Was that a significant day?
July 23rd, no.
So the second to the last page, the request for Lori to have a beach wedding on 11/5/2019 on a Tuesday, it's kind of lost its significance a little bit, don't you think?
I think with the totality of the previous stuff on its own, possibly, but showing the planning and their, I guess, sort of belief of themselves in these different names, and the significance of Tuesday to their name, and the significance of Malachite, I think totality, yes. As a standalone, not necessarily.
Okay. Let's turn to the temple records, Exhibit 230. Can we have that handed to the witness? And you can take back 185, please. The last 3 pages of Exhibit 230, those are all of the dates and times that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell had gone to the temple. Is that correct?
I don't actually have those pages, but I believe they were, yes.
Well, let's get those pages. 230 should look like this. These are the last 3 pages. Do you have those last 3 pages?
I do.
And those are the actual attendance records of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell for their temple attendance, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And do you see what day these temple records start?
It appears that Lori Vallow's starts on October 5th, 2018.
Okay.
And Chad Daybell's start on October 10th, 2018.
Okay. And when's the last day that they have records for?
For Lori's, it is November 20th, 2019. And Chad's is November 20th, 2019.
Okay. And let's, in conjunction, I'd like you to also look at 185A. So I'd like her to have both of those at the same time, if that's okay.
Thank you.
So 185A is a chart that you you made up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it shows that Chad and Lori had gone to the temple at approximately the same time on, looks like 7 different occasions. Is that right?
Yes.
And that would be during the time between all these records, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you research or find out or ask about anyone else who also went to any of these temple trips with Chad and Lori?
No, the records I were given just were for Chad and Lori.
Okay. So you don't know if they went in a group?
I do not.
You don't know if they went with each other or by themselves? They just showed up at the same time at the temple?
Yes.
All right. And as far as Chad and Lori's temple attendance, this is but a fraction of the times that they had actually gone to the temple, right?
Yes, sir.
A very small fraction?
Yes.
So what is the significance between 185A, which is your chart that indicates when they went to the temple, when these people were allegedly killed, and other significant events? What is the tie-in?
I believe that investigators, I don't want to say noticed a pattern, but saw that some of the temple visits occurred within a relatively short time frame to some of the homicides.
So the temple visit most closely to Charles Vallow's death was April 27th, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
It's about 3 months away? Is that a significant time?
That's up for interpretation, I suppose.
Well, I'm asking you to interpret. You did the chart.
Not as significant as some of the others now.
All right. So you're saying basically the fact that there was a temple attendance on September 7th would be significant because Tyler Ryan was supposedly killed on September the 8th.
Correct.
Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what the significance was?
Potentially.
Potentially?
Yes, I can't.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is why would you make a chart to show this evidence if you don't believe in it?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying and misstating.
I'll sustain that.
Ask
another question.
Sure. So you're saying that there's some significance between Lori going to the temple and Chad going to the temple and the deaths of these people?
I don't know that I can testify that. We're just putting it in relation, in time frame relation. What they did at the temple or spoke about, I can't speak to. I can speak to the records that I was presented and how they interact with the timeline of the investigation.
And the way that you're portraying that is in a specific way of trying to show that these events and these temple visits were somehow connected.
Your Honor, objection. I think this is asked and answered, and again, counsel's testifying.
I'll overrule that and ask that the question be, that was a question that I'll ask the court reporter, if you would, to restate that last question, please, with the objection overruled.
And the way that you're portraying that is
Is that correct?
I don't know that I can speak to that. Again, I'm portraying records and timelines. I can't say what the purpose of their visits were.
So that's a no.
Objection, Your Honor. And counsel's,
That was a question.
Well,
counsel, it's argumentative.
it is argumentative, so that's sustained.
Let's move to exhibit number 186, and I'm done with 185A and
I had this one too.
whichever other one she has up there.
Thank you.
On 186, you indicate that each Chad, Lori, and Alex are attributable to having 3 phones. You say that those are significant, is that right?
They had more than 3 phones, but they each had 3 during the relevant time frame that we thought were of importance.
All right. And is it
I'm sorry.
out of the ordinary for somebody to have more than one phone number?
No, sir.
In fact, most people, if they have a business, they have a business phone and a personal phone, right?
Correct.
And maybe an extra phone, right?
Sure.
There was, on Lori Vallow's phone numbers, there was a phone number associated with 808-755-5452.
Yes.
And you indicated on direct examination that this was subscribed to Premier Financial Services.
Correct.
Are you aware that Lori and Charles Vallow own that company together?
Probably at some time. I don't remember that off the top of my head, no.
So you didn't know that?
Maybe initially, but it did not come to me today.
Okay. Turning the page on Alex Cox's cell phone attributions, you indicated on 2 of the phone numbers, 304-960-5998 and 334-744-4204, that there were emails attached to gmail.com emails attached to those, and that those were only effective, let's just start with the first one, 304-960-5998. You indicate was effective between 9/27/2019 and 12/28/2019. Is that right?
Yes.
What do you mean by they were only effective during those dates?
That was the time frame provided by the provider as far as how long that phone number was associated with this particular account.
So how does that work? When somebody's phone number is attached to a Gmail account or another account?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So you're saying that the provider told you that rehmaximus@gmail.com was only effective between 9/27/2019 and 12/28/2019?
Oh, no, sir. The phone number 304-960-5998 was effective from September 27, 2019 through 12/28/2019. raymaximus@gmail.com was another identifier on that account.
And so you're saying that the phone number was only active between 9/27/2019 and 12/28/2019?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that makes more sense. You talked a lot about some of the searches that were done, and trying to find that. So yeah, if I could just go back to 184A, if we could have the witness handed that.
Thank you.
So if you look on the second page, the summary regarding Lolly Time Forever at Gmail. On 7/21/2019, talks about Gerber Life Policy, and then there's a semicolon. Was that all one? You put a lot of things in quotes, and then there's several things attached to each one. Were they separate and distinct searches, or were they all one search?
They were separate searches, or it was a search and then it would be a visit. So there was a visit to a site, or it could be multiple searches.
Okay, so when you say a visit to a site, that's when you type something in, you click on it, and then other things pop up in the background,
Correct.
and they lead you to that particular site?
Yes.
Okay. And can you differentiate which one was which on these on this particular exhibit?
On this exhibit, no.
How would you be able to do that?
I believe I have a full report that shows which, I'll have to double check which sites were visits and which were just searches.
Okay. And
Or
where is
go
that
back to
report?
I don't know if it's in evidence or not.
So there's no way for you to tell us today whether or not these were searches or whether they were visits?
Each individual one, no, but they appeared in the search history. That's what I can testify to.
They appeared in the search history on that particular day?
Correct.
So they could have happened any time during a 24-hour period?
Correct. I didn't get into the minutes, no.
Okay. So the next one down, 7/26/2019, Phoenix Pet Services, Craigslist, self-service dog. You didn't research into or ask any questions about what that was specifically about?
I did not. However, my job is more to provide leads to investigators, and I know that those leads were ran out by other people, but not by myself, no.
Okay. If I could have just a second, Judge.
You may.
We're done with this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Ms. Heidemann, with regard to the Google searches, were you tasked with just looking at what was searched?
Yes.
And were you looking for information that appeared relevant to the investigation?
Yes,
And when you found that information, did you pass it on to other law enforcement officials?
I did.
And when you first began that search, had the children's bodies been located?
At the time I first reviewed it, no, it was still a missing persons investigation.
So specifically on that WIN search, did that initially appear relevant to you?
No, not at first.
When did that appear relevant?
After the children's bodies were recovered
And was that based on the location
of their,
of their remains?
yes,
You were asked if it would surprise you that the kids died on a Monday.
correct.
Do you recall that question?
I do.
If I told you that September 8th was a Sunday and September 9th was a Monday, would that surprise you?
It would
Of
not.
2019.
It would not.
And if I told you that September 22nd was a Sunday and September 23rd was a Monday in 2019, would that surprise you?
It would not.
With regard to the temple visits, were you looking for times that Chad and Lori were at the temple together?
I was.
You were not looking at times that they went separately?
No.
Was November 5th of 2019 a significant day?
Yes.
And what day of the week was that?
A Tuesday.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. I don't see any need for redirect after that, or recross, I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas. So
No,
with
Your
that,
Honor.
that will conclude the testimony of this witness. Can the witness be released from any subpoena?
No, Your Honor. Ms. Heidemann will be recalled later.
Okay, with you being recalled then, Ms. Heidemann, I'll indicate again there is the exclusionary rule in place, so you're not allowed to observe any trial testimony in this case before you testify again. You can go ahead and be escorted off the seat there with the bailiff, and then once you've done that, I'll ask the state to call another witness. So thank you for your testimony.
Your Honor, the state calls Nick Balance.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, Counselor, before you conduct your direct examination, I'll just ask the witness, now they've been placed under oath, have you reviewed or listened to any of the trial testimony in this case before testifying today?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
All right, thank you. With that in mind, then, please make sure to make verbal responses to any questions you're asked and try to avoid talking at the same time as any attorney asking you questions so we can keep a clear record of the case. With those rules in mind, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on your direct, you may.
Thank you. Will you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Certainly. My name is Nicholas Balance, spelled B-A-L-L-A-N-C-E.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
Okay. And how long have you worked as a special agent for the FBI?
Since June of 2016.
And where are you assigned?
So I'm assigned to the Boise, Idaho Resident Agency out of the Salt Lake City Division.
Prior to being a special agent with the FBI, were you previously employed in law enforcement?
I served as a Deputy U.S. Marshal with the U.S. Marshal Service for approximately 9 years.
Are you a member of a specialized unit within the FBI?
Yes, sir. I'm a certified member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST for short.
What kind of work does CAST do?
In a very broad sense, CAST takes cellular records and geolocation records and puts those onto a map so we can look at where a phone was located either historically or where a phone is located now.
Okay. And have you used those techniques successfully in the past?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of cases have you used this technology in?
So hundreds of cases to include, fugitive investigations, homicide investigations, missing kids, and in general just cases where it's important to know where an individual's phone was during a specific date and time that might be of interest to an investigation.
Okay. Did you do similar work when you were with the U.S. Marshals?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how long have you been a member of CAST?
Since October of 2019.
And do you assist other agencies with this type of analysis?
Yes. So I'll routinely assist other federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, as well as I've assisted search and rescue in the past as well.
How do these investigators or other agents contact you?
So as a member of CAST, I do a significant amount of teaching and outreach to different prosecutors' offices and other law enforcement agencies in the area and throughout the United States. So an individual could have met me at one of those trainings and could reach out for assistance on a case, or people can also reach out through our unit, and then our unit would assign cases to individuals that are usually in the same geographic area.
And how many members does CAST have nationwide?
It fluctuates, but approximately 70 to 80 nationwide.
And how does one get selected to be a part of CAST?
So there's an application process for anyone that has interest in being a part of the program. And so if your application is accepted, there's multiple trainings that you would go to. The first 3 vary between a couple of days and a week in length, and they basically start with learning how to take records and put those onto a map. The first iterations of training are very instructor-led. There's a lot of teaching points, whereas when you get to the third piece of that training, it's more of you're given a problem and you have to work that problem out, map out those records, and then provide the solution, and then that's graded. So if you complete those 3 pieces of training, then you would go to our 4-week certification process. So that includes lectures specific from the different major providers, from their legal compliance people, as well as their network engineers, talking about how their networks work, how their records work, as well as instruction in radio frequency theory from university professors. And then we also get instruction on what's called drive testing, which I can speak to a little bit more later if asked. But drive testing, learning how that works. And then at the conclusion, we get a practical exam where we have to take a case and work it start to finish, as well as traditional written exams that we have to pass.
Okay. When you complete that training and those written examinations, are you considered to be certified?
Yes.
With regards to the Rexburg, Idaho area, how many primary companies operate cellular networks?
Primarily 3. It would be T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T, and then historically Sprint as well prior to them merging with T-Mobile.
Okay. And do they all operate independent of one another?
Yes, they do.
What does that mean in terms of cell towers?
So basically what that means is if you have a T-Mobile phone and you're paying your bill to T-Mobile and utilizing their network, your phone's going to utilize the T-Mobile network. And even though an AT&T tower might be very near your house, your phone would utilize that T-Mobile tower providing coverage to you, your phone.
Okay. We talked about cell towers. What specifically do cell towers do?
So from a broad sense, if you think about, I'll speak in a lot of analogies just to kind of explain things. But if you think about your phone as being a radio that you could go get from an electronics store, and so you have 2 of them, and you can communicate back and forth on those 2-way radios. So the problem becomes is those radios aren't powerful enough to go, say from Boise all the way to Rexburg. So that's where your cellular network comes in. So if you think about that radio or your phone, it's going to communicate with a cell tower. And so those cell towers are going to be placed throughout a particular city, throughout a particular area. And what it's going to allow it to do is that radio can then take that call or text message, whatever it is you're trying to send out, and put it onto the traditional telecommunications network through that tower. So if I were sitting here with a two-way radio, I wouldn't be able to talk to my buddy, say in Rexburg, because it's just not going to transmit that far. But with a cell phone, I can transmit to that cellular tower, and then it can route that call to the person that I'm trying to reach that might be a great distance away.
What is the range of a cell tower?
So it varies. Typically, you'll see it follow the population of a particular area. So as an example, here in downtown Boise, you're going to see towers a lot closer together because they're providing coverage to a lot more cell phones just because there's a larger population here. Whereas if you get out into the more rural areas out in the counties or even over to Rexburg, you'll see that those towers will provide coverage to a much larger area away from where they're located.
And are cell towers responsible for providing coverage to a particular area?
Yes. Generally, what the cell phone company is going to do is they're going to aim the antennas on that tower to provide coverage to a specific area.
If I use the word sector in relation to a cell tower, what does that mean?
So if you think about that cell phone tower, and let's say that we're looking at it directly above it, and we're looking straight down at that cell phone tower. So typically what the provider is going to do is they're going to hang the different antenna that they're utilizing for that tower, and they're going to face them in different directions to provide that coverage. So a traditional tower is going to have three sides or three sectors. What that means is basically there's going to be sets of antenna that are facing three different directions. So whenever we talk about a sector, again, going back to an analogy, if you're looking from the top, think about that tower as a pizza, a whole pizza. You're dividing that pizza into three equal parts, and each one of those equal parts would be representative of a sector for that particular tower.
Okay. And can you briefly summarize how a cell phone engages a cell tower?
Sure. So your cell phone, if you have it in your pocket right now, you don't necessarily have to be talking. It's constantly taking a measurement of which towers are in the area and what that signal strength is for each particular tower and a particular sector on that tower. So it's taking those measurements and it's ranking them based on the different cellular technology that it sees at any given time. So whenever you go to make a call out, your phone is going to select the strongest, clearest signal in order to allow that call to happen and communicate with a particular tower. So where that's significant is that your phone is making that decision. It's not the network. Your phone has that measurement going on in the background whenever it decides which tower and sector it's going to utilize whenever it needs to interact with the network.
Okay. Do cellular companies record the activities of their customers?
Yes, they do. And so typically you would see this, several years ago, you would get this in the mail, and it would be your call detail record, or CDR for short. And what you would typically see is a copy of your bill and all the activity that you had on it for that particular billing cycle. So you would see the date and time of particular calls that you made or received, the number associated with who you called or who called you, the duration of that call, as well as the type, whether it's a call or text message. So in that call detail record, what you typically wouldn't see if you got that in the paper version or you checked on your account online, is the column that includes the tower and sector that's utilized that would have provided the ability to make that call.
But do the cellular companies keep track and a record of which cell towers are being used?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What do you call those records of each customer, which document the cell phone usage history?
So that would be your call detail record.
Okay. And what, to the extent you haven't already answered this, what pieces of information can typically be found in call detail records?
So kind of what I mentioned earlier about your bill, you're going to see the date and time, what call type it was, whether it's a call or text message, whether it was incoming or outgoing, the associated number that you interacted with. And then, as I mentioned, on a call detail record maintained by the provider, you would also see the tower and sector that was utilized during that specific interaction with the network.
Okay. Do cellular providers also maintain lists of where their towers are located?
They do. So specific to any given carrier, they're going to have a list that includes the latitude and longitude location of every tower that they have throughout the United States.
Okay. And so how can you use those records you've been talking about to determine where a phone was located?
So again, if you go back to that tower list, and we have the locations that a provider gives us of where those towers and sectors are located. So we can place all of those on the map, and I give the analogy like placing a bucket on the map. And so if you're looking at, mapping out the towers in Boise, you're placing a bucket at all of those latitude and longitudes. And then I can take a phone, if it's utilized in Boise and utilizing those towers, and every single record that you have is going to have the specific tower and sector that was used. So then you can take each record and drop it into that bucket feasibly. So at that point, if you had just say a day's worth of records, you would be able to look and see, as long as there's an interaction with the network on that call detail record at specific dates and times, I can estimate a general location of where that phone would have been whenever that particular interaction occurred.
And you say a general location. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so whenever I talked a little bit before about the distance that a tower would provide coverage to, what we're looking at is generally a tower provides coverage out to the next tower so that there's overlapping coverage, and whenever you go to make a call, you don't get an error. You actually make the call and it goes through. So because of that, we estimate a tower's and sector's coverage to go out approximately to the next neighboring tower closest to it.
Okay. You mentioned drive testing. What is that?
So drive testing is a technique that is utilized in the cellular industry, and I'll compare it to looking at the weather. So whenever I'm looking at just on a map, and I've mapped out the towers in an area, and I've mapped out, what the coverage I believe to be looked like. That's based on my training and experience of knowing what networks look like, but it's a forecast. Just as the weatherman can take a lot of different data into his equation and figure out what he anticipates is going to happen with the weather tomorrow. Well, just like we all live in Idaho, we know that can change drastically. So the best way to know what the weather is going to look like would be to walk outside and see, is it raining, is it snowing, whatever it is. So the same thing with a drive test. The drive test is equipment that is taking measurements constantly of the different radio frequency that's being emitted from all the different providers. So we would drive around with that equipment in a vehicle into basically everywhere we anticipate that that tower would provide coverage to, and it's constantly taking those measurements. So once I complete that, then I can put all that onto a map, and I can see the true coverage area of where a particular cell, tower, and sector provides coverage to versus just what my estimate would be based on looking at the network on a map.
Okay. In the case of the State versus Lori Vallow, did you conduct a drive test?
Yes.
And when was this drive test conducted?
In June of 2020.
Why was it conducted in June of 2020?
So in June of 2020, there were significant developments in the case, and at that time, I traveled to Rexburg, Idaho, and conducted the drive test.
Okay. Now, can the data that's determined by a drive test, can that change over time?
It can, and again, it varies with depending on the location. So for instance, Boise's seen significant population growth in the past few years. So a network, the engineers are constantly going to be looking at particular areas that, say for instance, they may not have needed to provide coverage to a rural farm that didn't have a neighborhood on it, but that was 2 years ago, and now there's been a completely new development with a bunch of houses that would need service. So you can see things like that happen. Typically in more rural areas, there'll be changes, but they are just not as quick, I would say.
Okay, so in an area the size of Rexburg, would you expect to see significant changes in the results of your drive test data in the space of a year?
No.
So are you able to determine where a phone was located 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by identifying the tower and sector it used?
No, because the limitations, like I mentioned, are going to be that we can look at what a tower and sector provides coverage to, but we can't say specifically down to a 1 inch by 1 inch location of where that tower or where that phone is located within that tower and sector. Second to that, all of these mapping of records are going to be based on there has to be a record generated with the provider in order for me to look at a particular date and time and estimate a phone's general location.
Okay. Does a cell phone always select the geographically closest tower?
No, and I mentioned before that it's going to select the strongest and clearest. Typically, that can be the closest tower, but you can have a lot of different obstructions, like, say, a parking structure with a lot of cement in it, or, a mountain in a particular area, to where then the cell phone, it might be closer to that tower, but it's going to select another tower that's providing a stronger, clearer signal.
Okay, but does a phone have to collect that data, does it have to be within the coverage area of a tower and sector?
Yes. So in order for a phone to interact with a particular tower and sector, it has to be within the coverage area of that tower and sector and be able to see that radio frequency signal from the tower and sector.
So based on that, regardless of the phone selecting a tower closer or slightly further away, the phone's approximate area can still be estimated, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you talked earlier about, can you pinpoint the exact location of a phone with cellular records?
No, and it's really based on the specific records that we're looking at of how close we can determine a phone's general area.
Do you regularly use cellular telephone technology in your work?
Yes, on a daily basis.
You stated earlier, correct, that you provide instruction in the field of historical cell site analysis?
Yes. So I've taught, I believe it's 6 or 7 iterations of our CAS Basic class, which is our first class that you would go to if you were interested in the program. And then I've done numerous presentations for law enforcement, prosecutors' offices, both in the United States and in Mexico.
Okay. We've been talking about cellular data from cell phones and towers. Does CAST use any other type of records other than that provided by cellular providers?
Yes. So as you know now, your phones are not just used to make calls and texts. There's numerous applications, communication applications, maps, the internet, things that go on your phone that you can utilize. So as an example, with a company like Google, so if you're utilizing services from Google, you have a Google account, you can opt in to have your location information stored historically by Google. So typically that's just part of the user experience where you can see locations that you've been in the past, and it's really just dependent on the user if they want to opt in for that. So if a user does opt in, then Google stores that location history in a format that we can utilize to also put onto a map and see where a specific device that was reporting to Google, an estimate of where that device would have been at a specific date and time.
Okay, and what other types of location information can be stored in those records? For example, with Google.
So with Google, it's basically they're going to store the latitude, longitude, the device associated with that particular record, the date and time of the particular record, the margin of error, or how accurate they believe that specific location to be with that data point, and then as well how they source that. So typically with Google, there's 3 types of data that they would source in order to get that location information. GPS, which is looking at satellites and is usually their most precise method of determining a location. Wi-Fi, which doesn't necessarily mean that you connected to a particular Wi-Fi, but it could be that, let's say I'm walking down the street and my phone is constantly looking for Wi-Fi, just like it's constantly looking for the different towers and sectors that would provide service to it. So my phone might see Starbucks, might see McDonald's, but I don't connect to it. But because my phone sees it and Google knows an estimate of where that Wi-Fi emitter is and how close you have to be in order to see that Wi-Fi, they can then estimate a location of where they believe that phone is at that particular date and time. Then the third and final way would be cellular, which we're looking at those records from the provider. So typically the cellular records have a large margin of error. They can be helpful for estimating that a phone was in a particular state, but if we're looking at more specific locations like within a city, they're not usually as helpful just because of that larger margin of error.
So you mentioned latitude and longitude. how is that related to if I say GPS?
So when you're talking about GPS, you're referring to global position system, looking at satellites that are looking down onto the Earth and giving estimates of the distance away that a particular device is. So when you have multiple satellites, you have multiple measurements of the distance away from those satellites, and you can get more precise location information that way. But whenever we're talking about the latitude and longitude, that's not to be confused with the GPS. Google's reporting all of their location information via that latitude and longitude versus a street address. So it could be 3 different types. It could be based on GPS, Wi-Fi, or cellular.
Okay, thank you. Between GPS, Wi-Fi, and cellular, to the extent you haven't already addressed this, is there an order in which they are more and least accurate?
Sure. Based on what I've seen with Google Records, working it with numerous cases, we typically see the margin of error with GPS is going to be the smallest, Wi-Fi going to be the next in kind of priority of margin of error, and then cellular would usually have the largest margin of error.
Okay. And separate from cellular providers, have you used location information from companies like Google or Facebook successfully in the past?
Yes, I've used it successfully in cases with missing children, with fugitives, with locating suspects.
Okay. Were you asked to examine records in the case of the state versus Lori Vallow?
I was.
Okay. Do you know which records you examined?
So numerous records in this case. It was over 30 cellular phone records as well as multiple Google account records.
Okay. Did you prepare a report that shows your analysis of these records?
I did.
Was your report reviewed by another member of CAST?
Yes. So prior to us submitting a report of looking at all these different records and putting them onto a map, we have another person within our unit that will do a peer review of the report that we're producing. So it would remain in a draft format up until that person who's doing the peer review checks over it and makes sure that all the process and methodology that I'm using is accurate. And then at that point, we would have a final product that would be submitted to whoever was requesting it, in this instance, the prosecutor.
Okay. Your Honor, I realize we took a smaller break earlier. I just wanted to ask if the court was intending on another break or not.
Let me quickly sidebar with counsel and we'll discuss that.
Okay.
All right, thanks, everyone. In lieu of a break, I think I'd suggest we go about another 30 minutes and then call it an afternoon. Is that fine with the jurors to do that in lieu of a break now? Okay, everybody agrees. So if you want to go ahead and continue with your direct, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 156. A disc copy was provided earlier to the court and to counsel. I say disc, I mean a USB. Do you recognize State's 156?
I do.
What is it?
So it's an envelope that I was given earlier that contains a USB drive, which contains a portion of my report.
Okay, and have you reviewed that that USB and that portion of your report?
Yes, I have.
What format is it in?
So it's in a PowerPoint format.
Okay. Upon review of that, did you initial the USB disk?
I did.
Okay. And once you put it in that envelope, did you seal the envelope?
I did.
Did you sign, or did you initial or sign and date over the seal?
Yes, I initialed and dated.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have waited for your answer. And is that envelope in the same condition as when you signed and dated it?
Yes.
The report that's contained in there, you mentioned that you created it after examining multiple cellular records and Google records.
Yes.
Was your report so when you look at the Google records, for example, approximately how many pages of Google records are in the record that you had access to?
So I was looking at the Excel spreadsheet, so I don't know about pages, but it was several 100,000 lines on that Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, so it's voluminous.
Yes.
Are the cell records, are they, how are they stored, and like, can you give the jury a size of the quantity of size of one of those records?
So it depends on the particular provider. They can be stored in text format, in PDF, in an Excel format that's readable. And it really just depends on the amount of use of a particular provider and over how long, of how lengthy they would be.
Okay. In your report, did you summarize that data for specific dates and times?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And would that summary be helpful to you in testifying to the jury about the records you found for those date and times?
Yes, it would.
When you looked at that USB earlier, was that a true and accurate representation of the slides from your report?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1006, I would ask that State's Exhibit 156 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Lodge your objection, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would object as to completeness. I understand that the state did provide us with a copy of Exhibit 156, and it does have specific pieces of that report. The report's not that long. I think it's only 100 and something pages. Let me see. 101 pages. I just asked the court to require the state to submit the entire report and not just the portions that they're requesting.
All right, if you'll give me just a moment, I'm reviewing the rule again. Response to that, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, the state has picked out the slides it believes are most pertinent for this witness. We can certainly provide the full report, but I would ask that we be able to go ahead with testimony now. And if the court deems it necessary, we can certainly provide the whole report at the end of his testimony.
And I'm okay with that. As long as we get the whole report in. I understand he's probably not going to testify to every page in the report. He's probably only going to testify to the ones that he has there, but I would like the jury to be able to review the entire report if they wish.
All right, so Rule 1006 does cover summaries to prove content. So to be clear then, Exhibit 156 is in fact a summary. It's not the entire report, correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, the objection is overruled as it relates to Rule 156. Rule of Evidence 1006 does require that the originals or duplicates be available for examination, and based on the objection of the defense, I would require that the complete report also be provided as an exhibit at some point to correspond with Exhibit 156.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We can have that provided by tomorrow, Your Honor. With that, was 156 admitted?
It is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask to publish to the jury.
You can publish it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness remove the USB from the sealed.
All right, based on the foundation laid to submit the exhibit with his testimony, I'll find on the record here that he is allowed to open the sealed envelope and remove the contents, which is a USB jump drive.
Agent, can you explain what's on page 11? I'm just going to, each of these slides, for the purpose of today, Your Honor, is numbered where it was in the report. I didn't renumber anything, so I'll just refer to the slides by, if it's okay with the court and counsel, the number that's in the upper right-hand corner.
Yes.
Agent, can you describe what's on page 11?
Yes. Page 11 is a part of the report that's basically showing more of a legend and showing how I'm going to be representing call activity whenever it's placed on a map. So I'll start from the top. The different circles, red, green, and blue, are representative of the other towers that are on the map that were not utilized during a particular interaction. Going down the left side, those are all of the different numbers that are included in this report that would be shown on the map. And then whenever I talked before about the sector, so as you can see, looking at the blue wedge per se, there's kind of a half circle on there. That doesn't mean that a phone was located within that shaded in area. That's merely just to show the direction from the tower that that particular interaction took place, like where from the tower the phone was generally located at the time of that interaction. So as you go down, you'll see there's multiple different numbers, and then it has a name associated beside the number that was provided to me. On the call information box, you'll see every time there's a particular interaction that's mapped out, you'll see these boxes, and that's what they represent. So the cell ID is the tower information. That lets me know where on the tower list to go to find out where that tower and sector is located in the direction that it's facing. And then you'll see the date and time, the target number specifically that I'm mapping. So I'm pulling records associated with that number from the provider, the start time of a particular interaction, what the type or the direction that it was, being outgoing or ingoing, duration or how long that particular interaction lasted, the type of a call. Typically what you'll see here is voice or text, and then the associated number. So on an outbound call, the associated number would be the number that was called. On an inbound call, the associated number would have called the target number.
Okay, when you talk about duration, what's that measurement? Is that?
That measurement is in seconds.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Can you explain, you spoke earlier about drive test data. Can you explain these graphics to the jury?
Yeah, so this is basically taking what I said and showing the visual representation of that. So you'll see drive test data represented usually one of two different ways. The first way on the left is where you're looking at that darker green area. That's the dominant coverage of a particular tower and sector. So what that means is if a phone is within that dominant area, it's going to prioritize that tower and sector of what it wants to utilize to communicate with the network. The lighter green area is the coverage area. So what that means is if a phone is within that lighter green area, then it could interact with that tower and sector. It has the necessary coverage for it to interact with it. So then on the right side, you're looking at two different towers. So the tower on the top right, which is again represented by that wedge shape, and then the tower on the bottom left. So I'm putting the coverage of two different towers and sectors on a map. And so what you'll see is that orange area, those are areas where you have overlapping coverage, meaning that a phone can see both tower and sectors and could utilize either one. So in contrast, if a phone is up closer towards St. Anthony in the red and it doesn't have that overlapping coverage, it doesn't see that tower to the southwest, so it wouldn't be able to interact with the network on that tower and sector.
Can you explain what's on slide 13?
So just like we looked at with the cellular mapping, this is looking at how I'm going to map Google location data. So starting on the left side, you'll see three different icons. So what that represents is two different icons, Wi-Fi and GPS. So as a part of mapping with this case, anything that was greater than 100 meters margin of error, I didn't map for these particular reports. So because of that, there was no cellular data that was 100 meters or less margin of error. So that's why there's not a cellular icon up there. Below that, you'll see the yellow circle. Basically, that's how I'm going to represent the margin of error. So the center point of a particular GPS or Wi-Fi location and then the margin of error, say it's 30 meters. So from the center of that yellow circle, the radius of 30 meters going out from the center point, that's how that's represented. So that yellow circle would be representative of the margin of error. Looking at the call-out box, similar to the phone previously, what you're looking at is the date and time, the device tag, and that's basically going to associate it with a particular phone that is connected to the Google account, the latitude and longitude, and then the margin of error is going to be that R and then the number following it. So you see there R14, that means there's a 14-meter margin of error associated with that particular data line. And then at the bottom, with Google, we can see a lot of data points in a short amount of time. So in order to put those on a map, it can get extremely cluttered. So typically what I would do is if I had, say, 25 different locations on a particular map, I would put a summary box. And what that's going to do is tell you what types of records I'm summarizing there at the source, whether it's Wi-Fi, cell, or GPS, and then the number of records and the margin of error associated with them. So for instance, if you were to see Wi-Fi 26, that means there's 26 Wi-Fi records that I'm representing on that particular page, and then that the margin of error is 17 to 135 meters for those.
Can you explain what's on page 14?
These are all addresses that were provided to me that were of significance to the investigation. So when you see them on the map, you're going to see them basically with the icon associated with that particular location.
Okay. Is that the same thing on page 15?
It is the same, and I'll make a secondary note too, because there's a note at the bottom of the previous page that you just showed. Basically what that indicates is that if there are locations that are very close in proximity, to put them both on a map, you might see one icon overlap the other. So because of that, I just made a note that I'm only going to put the specific icon associated with one of them, but there could technically be two, which I'll make mention of later if that becomes relevant.
Agent, before we continue, we've been talking about location data. And when we're talking about the location, what specific item are we talking about the location of?
When you're talking about these icons?
No. Let
Sorry.
me rephrase my question. That was confusing. I apologize. I want to talk about some of the limitations of what we're going to be looking at. Are you able to place a phone in a specific person's pocket?
No.
Okay. So you're able to look at records of who you believe a phone is attributable to, correct?
That's correct.
But you don't specifically put it in their pocket.
No, and that's a common theme I think that's said a lot. Whenever we're doing these records, I'm looking at the location of the phone. I'm not looking at the location of a person. Evidence might indicate later to us that a particular phone was in a particular person's hands, but whenever I'm doing this mapping, I'm mapping the location of a phone, not a person.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go over some of the events and some of the things you found on September 9th of 2019. Can you tell the jury what you see on and what you mapped out on page 19?
So this was looking at the Google location history associated with a Google account of homerjmaximus@gmail.com. So the way that Google identifies an account, just like your cellular carrier is going to identify your account based in part on your phone number, Google is primarily going to identify account by that gmail.com address.
Do you know who homerjmaximus@gmail.com, do you know who that email account belonged to?
I reviewed the subscription sheet associated with the Gmail account, and it came back to Alex Cox.
Okay, thank you. If you can continue to explain what's on page 19.
So you'll see a trend because there's several pages that potentially are going to be shown, and just so you're familiar with the structure of the report. At the top, what you're typically going to see is what I'm mapping, whether that be an interaction with a cellular network or Google location. So that's kind of the Google location history that's explaining what it's going to be. Below that, you're typically going to see the account, whether it's an account or a specific phone number that we're looking at, and then the time range that a particular map is providing an overview of. So specifically, this is looking at September the 9th, 2019, from midnight until 5 a.m. So again, when I talked about the mapping for Google location history, I did not map anything that was greater than 100 meters. So when we're looking at this, we're looking at 3 locations that were repeated on all 3 occasions at 2:42 and 2 seconds, 2:42 and 11 seconds, and then 3:37 and 22 seconds. This is Google location points based on GPS that were directly northwest of Lori Vallow's apartment.
And I'm going to stop you really quick. Would it be helpful for you to use a pointer to show the jury specifically what it is you're talking about?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
So this is what I'm looking at for, sorry. That's what I just talked about first, was those 3 locations. And then looking at from 4:37 until 4:41, there's additional Google location points. Again, a repeat of the same points, but showing a 37-meter margin of error that would be consistent with the phone being at Alex Cox's residence.
Okay, and I know we went over a legend earlier, but just as we get into this to aid the jury, there is an AC in that bigger yellow circle, correct?
Correct. And so you'll see down on the bottom left, that's going to usually show the legend of the specific locations that we're looking at. Only to include the full address would, again, create, cover up the map per se. So those addresses are all in the legend on the previous pages, but what you're looking at is just the icons that are represented down here in the legend.
And so, Agent, in the upper left-hand box, with that explanation, can you just briefly state again what it is we're seeing in terms of that data?
Yes, so you're seeing locations that reported to Google between 2:42 and then 3:37, indicating that the device reporting to Google was just northwest of Lori Vallow's apartment.
And so that would be a device that signed into this homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
Correct. That would be a device that the user associated with that account has opted in for location data on that specific device.
Okay. So on the night of September 9th, and we won't necessarily go into so much detail on each slide, but just so that we're tracking, on the night of September 9th, that device was just northwest of Lori Vallow's apartment.
Correct. And I would say the early morning hours
Or,
of September
thank you.
9th, if that semantics.
Yes.
But.
No, that's the more accurate way to say it. Thank you. Agent, did you ever track or find other times when a device signed into Homer J. Maximus was located at Lori Vallow's apartment between the hours of 12 and 5 or in the middle of the night?
I did. I looked at the time period from, I believe, August 1st until October 31st, and there were, I believe it was less than 10, but there were other times other than this specific date and time where the device reported a margin of error that was small enough to be consistent with it being at Lori Vallow's apartment.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything else on this slide that was significant to you in your investigation?
I'll add one more piece just because the arrow will be recurring throughout. Anytime you see an arrow, that doesn't indicate that that's the specific pathway that a device took to travel between 2 points. I'm just simply showing that we have an earlier time from 2:42 to 3:37, and then there's the later time of 4:37 to 4:41. So basically just to show that arrow to indicate that the device moved that direction during that time period.
Okay, can you explain what's of significance on page 20?
So this is looking at the first time that you're seeing at least cellular records mapped onto a map depicting a particular area. So again, if we start at the top, we're looking at 2 different numbers, the number ending 0143 and 4652, during the time period of September 9th from 7:20 in the morning until 8:04. You're seeing Chad Daybell's residence represented here in green with CD, Lori Vallow's residence represented down here, This is a good example to say, too, where I don't have an icon for Alex Cox's residence, but that's because if I were to place it, they're so close in proximity that they would overlap each other. And then we're looking at the location of the BYU library. So over here, again, if you want to see which particular color is represented from the particular interaction with the network, we see that 4652 is represented in blue. And then up here, we see 0143 is represented in orange. And then you're looking at the summary of the activity that took place on each one of those towers and sectors. So on the 0143 number, we see several incoming and outgoing SMS messages with 4652 utilizing this tower and sector, which would provide coverage to Chad Daybell's residence. And then we see a call that is between 0143 and 4652. Down here, we see the other side of that call, where 4652 is receiving that call from 0143, utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage down in Rexburg.
Okay, and can you remind the jury, the number 515-402-0143, who has that been attributed to?
I had that attributed to Chad Daybell.
And the other number, 480-489-4652, who has that been attributed to?
I had that attributed to Lori Vallow.
Okay. And so on the morning of September 9th, 2019, between 7:20 and 8:04, there were multiple communications between those devices.
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain what's of significance on page 21?
Yes. So what we're seeing, again, the summary at the top, I'll only mention this one more time because then it might be redundant, but we're looking at tower interactions with the network between 9120 and 9374 at 8:11 in the morning. So this is a call made by 9374 utilizing this tower and sector, which would provide coverage to Chad Daybell's residence, to contact 9120. And this is showing the other side of that call where it's receiving it as an incoming, utilizing a tower and sector, which would provide coverage to Rexburg to include Lori Vallow and Alex Cox's apartments, respectively.
Okay, and again, those numbers, can you tell the jury who they're attributable to?
Yes, so I had 9120 being attributed to Alex Cox, and then 9374 being attributed to Chad Daybell.
So is it a fair summary to say that there was 180-second or 3-minute conversation between those two devices?
That is correct.
The morning of September 9th at 8:11.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yes, that is correct.
That's okay. What is of significance to you on page 22?
So this is looking at 3 different towers and sectors that are being utilized by the 0143 phone. And the different activity is shown in each of the call boxes. So this is an outgoing text to 4652. This is an incoming SMS from an unidentified number. And this is an outgoing and incoming SMS, both with 4652. So when we're looking at this, we're seeing 3 different towers and sectors that are being utilized within about a 51-minute time frame.
And what does that mean to you as an analyst of these type of records?
So one of the things that I talked about earlier is looking at where we estimate that a phone could be based on tower and sector usage. So anytime we see usage between towers and sectors that are a vast distance apart, what I would anticipate is that the phone, especially when you're looking at, 8:58 and 9:05, that's less than 7 minutes apart. So what I would anticipate based on my training and experience is that since we're utilizing towers and sectors that are vast distance apart, there's going to be an overlapped coverage area between those two, that within that 7-minute window, you couldn't feasibly drive from down here all the way up to Parker within that less than 7-minute window. So the phone would need to be within that, somewhere near the overlapping coverage area. And the closer that is in time, so say for instance you use one tower and sector and then 30 seconds later you use a different one, you're going to be, my estimate would be you're much closer to that overlapping coverage area.
Okay. And just briefly, can you just, so there's 3 interaction boxes there, correct?
That's correct.
And in that first one, again, the 0143 number, who is that attributable to?
Chad Daybell?
And the 4652 that that number's communicating with, who is that attributable to?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. And the box on the right, can you just briefly go over what those interactions are and who those phones are attributable to?
Yep. So it's one text message being sent by Chad Daybell 0143 and one being received by Chad Daybell 0143. Both of those interactions are with the number ending 4652, which would be attributed to Lori Vallow.
Are you familiar with on that bottom box to the left, the number 28815-685?
So I'm not familiar what that number is, but I would point out that it's not 10 digits. So typically you can see, like a lot of times you'll get a text message and it won't be from a true number. It might be like a service type thing that you receive on your phone. So again, I don't know without looking into it, but I would just basically take notice that it's not 10 digits to be a true phone number.
In light of what you were just testifying about, what's the significance of page 23?
So this is where I talked about where we can represent coverage areas and overlapping coverage areas. So if you're looking, the tower here, the coverage area, and it's only going to be the coverage area, not the dominant area. That coverage area is represented by the red. The tower here, that tower and sector is represented by the green. And then the tower and sector on the southwest part of the map is represented by the yellow. So then what you can see is the overlapping coverage area, and when it goes onto a screen, it doesn't necessarily show it as clear. But what you're looking at is that orange area is the overlapping coverage area. So what that means is that if you were to see records 30 seconds apart, utilizing all 3 of these different towers and sectors, I would anticipate that that phone would be somewhere close to one of these orange coverage areas, because in order for it to have those interactions, it has to be within the footprint of that tower and sector.
Okay. What did you map on page 25?
So this is looking at, again, mapping some of the Google location history. So we're looking at 849 to 915 approximately, showing that at 849 and 19 seconds, the account associated with Homer J. Maximus at Gmail, which we attributed to Alex Cox, that phone is reporting to Google a location down in the area of his apartment. And then at 9:15 and 43 seconds, that phone is now reporting a location just south of Chad Daybell's residence.
And what is the margin of error on those?
So the one down here on the bottom, you can see the R8, which means 8 meters margin of error, and then R3 on the one on the top, meaning 3 meters margin of error.
Okay. And again, the arrow doesn't mean that's specifically the path followed, correct?
That's correct. It's basically just representing that this locate down here preceded the one at the top.
Okay, thank you. What did you map on page 26?
So again, this is mapping location history for Homer J. Maximus attributed to Alex Cox for the time period of 9:21 and 36 seconds to 10:57 and 3 seconds. And this is mapping any point that I saw in the Google location history that was of 100 meters or less. And so what that gave is 4 location records that indicated where Google believed this device was during the specific times on the called out boxes.
Can you specifically point out those times and the margins of error with those?
Sure. So the first one that we see is at 921, which is a 6-meter margin of error. And that's going to be represented by this smaller circle here. I realize the other one is over top of it. The next one that we see is at 922 and 50 seconds, which is going to be up here by a gate into the Daybell property. And that's a 3-meter margin of error. Then we're going to see at 1039 this 43 larger circle, margin of error, which is where the Google location is indicating that the device is basically a 43-meter margin of error in the backyard. And then we see at 10:57 and 3 seconds a 5-meter margin of error, which is plotted just south of a location that I was provided for the burn pit.
Okay, and can you, I see that you've got your legend labeled, but just for benefit of the jury, can you point out where each of those labels are located on that map?
Sure. So Chad Daybell's residence is represented in green here with CD. The location of Tylee Ryan's body is here, which is represented by TY in red. And then BP is the burn pit, which is just southeast of where Tylee Ryan was located.
Okay.
Mr. Wood, I think we're at about time we ought to consider breaking for the day.
Okay.
I don't know if that was a good breaking point or you had a few more questions.
That's just fine with the state.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, we will call it a day then and be back in the morning at 8:30. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you again for your jury service. I will advise you, as I have each day, upon concluding trial for the day, please make every effort to not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do any investigation into the case while you're on the break for the night. Please don't follow any of it on the news or look it up on the internet in any way. And I appreciate you every day following that instruction. It's very important to the case, and the parties as well as the court appreciate your continued adherence to that. So with that in mind, we adjourn for the day and plan on starting again with further testimony at 8:30 in the morning.
All right, please.
Oh.